that's what I love about hip-hop entrepreneurship. It prepares our students mentally, physically, and it helps them to understand what life is really about.
We're excited to see where our kids are going to take us. So we have an idea of what we wanted this program to be, but it's also really student driven. So we have a lot of students who are interested in different entities within the music field. So we're excited to see what they're going to bring to the table as well and what they're interested in. Mr. Strotter connects with the kids on multiple levels. He has been through the thick of it, he's been in the ups, he's been in the downs, and he's able to get on their level and really talk to them about what it means to be a leader.
The kids at Sawyer, man, they're great. It's so awesome to see the growth. So the Grand Sawyer students are over-exceeding to me. They're getting better with public speaking, you know, and they're expressing themselves, and they know that they are our future. We really need you guys to raise the level and the bar so you can be prepared for this, what we call this life.
So Mr. Strotter actually started off here as a guest teacher. He's taught science, English, PE, everything under the sun, you name it. He coaches basketball, he does the hip hop dance team, a little bit of everything. Mr. Strotter is just an advocate for all things good for children. He built this program on his own, and I was fortunate enough to bring it here. Our students love the class.
Kessel, she actually has worked here a few years as an SBTA and finished up school last year, and the second she applied, we took her in. She's part of our family. She's so dedicated and committed to our kids, and I know that she just makes a wonderful addition to our staff this year as a licensed teacher.
I was actually doing in-home ABA therapy with autism, and then this just kind of felt like the next step, and I started off as an aide, and then I just went to school, and here I am.
Our primary autism students of special needs need so much. They need so much care, love, attention, somebody that's going to pour their heart into the classroom and make sure that they get everything they need. And with students in our autism class, they're at all different levels.
Every day is like they pick up something new. It's a milestone, and it's excitement. I got to tell mom and dad, you know, every day is a new day, and we start off with love. And you know, if today we're just not feeling it, then hey, we're gonna save that for another day, and you know, we're just gonna take it slow. They've definitely taught me. It's very fulfilling. Yeah, I love these kids.
And I remember the very first interview when we sat down and met Mr. Salisbury. He was everything that the department had praised in him, and so much more. He was a manager at Starbucks previously, and he just had such a great wit and intelligence and authenticity that I knew our students would just absolutely relate in a way to Mr. Salisbury.
On behalf of Clark County School District, I am honored to let you know you have been selected New Educator of the Year.
I was working for Starbucks, and I was working on a ARL program that I enrolled in through Alta so I could start teaching. Even if you can't reach every kid, you're going to reach and change lives somewhere along the way.
Their buy-in, so just want to say thank you. Continue doing the amazing work you're doing on behalf of the students here at Desert Oasis. So congratulations.
We're so excited to have him aboard with us as one of our newer members. He is the future of our school in many ways, especially in our English department.
So Miss Day started with us a couple of years ago as a long-term sub, and we just saw she was natural at it. And so we worked with her and helped her get into the I Teach program, and she did that this year. She's just been phenomenal. She's so wonderful to have on our campus. The kids love her. She's got such a big heart, and she is really a natural.
What is going on here?
Hi. I wanted to recognize you as New Educator of the Year.
I just received New Educator of the Year, and so I'm in shock. This year it was challenging. We had a few ups and downs in our classroom, but we pulled it together. Other than that, they're funny. They are brilliant. I love my students.
If you don't have the right heart to do this job, it's going to be very difficult. And so she definitely has that heart.
Not only does she help support our social emotional learning blocks in all of our grade levels by pushing in and providing whole group lessons, but she supports our students in our MTSS frameworks and students who've had unique challenges throughout the school year as well, working with them in smaller groups to help support their learning.
You know, starting out as a brand new counselor, I didn't know how easy it would be. And I think it takes time, but once they see that you're a safe person who wants the best for them and who is there to listen when they're going through things, they begin to trust very easily. It's very validating and very awesome to hear that people value my work and appreciate it, and yeah, I'm kind of speechless.
We are here to recognize Ms. Sullivan. New Educator of the Year.
I am overwhelmed with joy. I was totally caught off guard, didn't even know I was nominated. Sometimes I just feel like I'm just working and going with the flow, and my students just helped me to make it come alive and make a difference, and I guess it all just paid off in the end.
We are so blessed to have you as part of the CCSB community. Congratulations.
My students are amazing. They believe in me. We have conversations. That's the first thing I did when I came in, is develop the relationship with them. If I can get them to trust me and they know that I care about them, then we go from there. They come in, I notice everything about them. If they got a new haircut, I want to know what they did on the weekends. I care about their family because that makes a difference in the classroom.
I want to thank you for just coming into our school system, first year teacher, wonderful 6th grade class.
When you see those smiles on the kids' faces, it will keep you pushing. There is a need, and those kids over there, they need us.
Sarah is kind of unassuming. She's calm, she's quiet, and when she gets into the classroom, it's magical. She really enjoys the kids, and you can tell it right off the bat.
I won the New Teacher of the Year, and I was so shocked. I was not expecting it.
Congratulations. Aren't you guys so lucky to be here?
There's still gonna always be that growth that needs to be made. But I feel like I have just become a little bit more confident in my teaching, and I can see the results in my students, and that's probably the most rewarding thing about teaching.
She protects them, she takes pride in them, she helps them every step of the way just like a mom does. But she's very professional too, so she really is the whole package.
I think that students that enroll in dual enrollment or advanced placement or even CTE, our CTE students are taking industry recognized credentials. Our advanced placement and dual enrollment students are earning college credit while they're in high school. If a student was very committed, they could probably finish their associate's degree prior to graduation and maybe get a good amount of their core classes out of the way prior to entering in college.
So one of the great privileges of being a part of even our CTE courses or advanced placement or the Jumpstart programs, HVAC, is that there is no cost to our student population.
And so I think it's really incumbent upon us to find what our students' strengths, talents, and abilities are, and to make sure that we're giving them those opportunities to build that toolkit as well as that blueprint to help them with whatever they decide to do once they leave us, college, career.
When they walk across the stage, they are ready and a step ahead of most seniors in other places because they have the credentials or the credits at no cost to them.
Pues es muy confortable porque en general
It feels great to have a center like this. I don't feel lost, or the community doesn't feel lost because of the supports that we're receiving.
His son, Simon, his school contacted our office because for registration, in order for him to be registered, he needed certain documents. And because he spoke Tigrinya, they referred him to our center.
Family Support Center has been open since this last October, so less than a year. The Family Support Center was initially established with the idea that we were going to have a place here in CCSD where our families can come whenever they were in search of information, whether it's related to academics, resources that they might need, any questions that they might have. We've now noticed that as families are getting more familiar with the work that we do, we're now just supporting any CCSD family that comes through our door. So we really started to kind of expand the supports and services beyond just supporting newcomer students and families.
La verdad me han hecho sentir muy bienvenida, muy especial.
So we felt very special and welcome. We felt very good about being here. There's so many experiences, not just my own, but others, and we're very grateful.
Muy bien aquí.
It has helped him so much for his transition with his family, and I hope that you guys continue to support the community that way.
The goal of the Transformation Network was to match the expertise of educators with the needs of students. We needed increased support. We needed increased professional learning to bridge that gap so that we could meet our students' needs. A lot of people ask, why just elementary school? Because elementary school is where kids learn literacy. If they don't leave elementary school literate, they're going on to middle and high school. They don't have access to education.
What is key about the Transformation Network is they are not in our schools telling us what to do. They're in our schools to talk through the problems. What I see from the Transformation Network is that they're looking at the school community as a whole, working with me to say, hey, these are mitigating circumstances that, no, you can't control them, but how can we address them?
We have a coach that works directly with us, and he's available to come in and do professional development for us on our Tier 1, our basic instruction. They send in subs to cover those teachers so that they can actually go to professional development, which is something that we've never had in the past.
What's beautiful about it is they're seeing what's happening in all of these other transformation schools. So, and at a very deep level, just like at my school, at a very deep level. But they can bring those fresh eyes, fresh ideas to individual principals. Hey, so-and-so had a similar situation, this is what they did, this is how they tried it.
We have put together an amazing team. They are coaches. They are there to help, they are there to support, they are there to provide professional learning. They are there to meet people where they're at and help that school move a step forward to better serve kids.
We know that Tier 1 instruction is for all students. We need to service all of our students with academic learning, social-emotional learning, and behavioral learning as well, meeting them where they are across the 3 tiers. So we're looking at the month of July to be able to start providing that professional learning, whether it's sets of materials, right, that we can use for the professional learning, digital account access, just to start getting the materials in teachers' and administrators' hands. So how we go about doing that is we incorporate their voice into what they want to see in the professional learning, along with those effective practices that I mentioned earlier. We also work alongside the vendor. The vendor is the expert of their materials, right? And so what we want to do is make sure that we have our consistent district focus and the vendor supporting us as we're learning these materials together. And of course, it's not a one standalone professional learning opportunity. It has to happen over multiple phases and depending on the readiness level of our teachers as well. So we also have to differentiate our opportunities that we provide to meet the needs of our teacher.
All right, everybody, we're going to begin the meeting. I'd like to do a quick mic check, make sure that Trustee Bustamante Adams and Dr. Jara are on the line.
This is Trustee Bustamante Adams. Yes, I am.
Superintendent Jara, yes, I am. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Trustee Garcia Morales.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. I'd like to welcome everybody today. I'm President Garcia Morales, and I call this regular board meeting of September 28th to order. The time is 5:04 p.m. I'd like to remind everybody today to please silence your electronic devices, and we'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is territorial homelands of the Nuwu, the Moapa Band of Paiutes, and the Las Vegas Band of Paiutes. Everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Color. Left. Face. Forward. March. Color guard. Halt. Order. Color. Color guard. Fall out.
Thank you very much to the Cheyenne High School ROTC, represented today by Cadet Matthew Camacho, Cadet Carla Hernandez, Cadet Kaya Monroy, Cadet Cadet Montserrat Godi, and Senior Army Instructor Major Ivy Williams, Desert Shield Battalion. We're going to move on to item 1.02, that's the adoption of the agenda. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes. Additional reference material is provided for item 3.01, school start times presentation.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Trustee Guzman.
I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Cavazos and a second by Trustee Guzman. Please cast your vote. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Now, I recognize that we may have some new members of the audience here today. And if you would like to, if you've signed up in advance for public comment, you will be called on first. If you would like to speak on an action item, please submit a yellow card before the item is officially open. Otherwise, before the item is open and continues, otherwise you will miss it. You will have to do public comment at the end of the meeting. Okay. All right. Moving on to consent agenda. Before I fully open up the item, is there anyone who has not had a chance to complete their yellow card? If you would like to speak on this item, please complete a yellow public speaker card now. Okay. We're going to begin with the individuals who called in advance. We have Mr. James Bayless, followed by Tiffany Bermal, followed by Autumn Tampa, and then Elizabeth Elder. I don't see Mr. Bayless here. Tiffany, are you here? How about Autumn? Welcome.
Let me just hand these to them real fast. I'm a little out of practice. Let me just get my paper out. Okay. Autumn Tampa, speaking as an individual. I have been part of the CCSD workforce for over 25 years. I have worked in over 150 schools in every grade level and almost every subject. Because of these experiences, I have observed many things. Luckily, some things have changed for the better. It does seem that overall, there is more respect by some administrators for ESPs. Unfortunately, though, there are many negative things that I observed that are still going on, just in different forms. Realistic, having or showing a sensible and practical idea of what can be achieved or expected. Reasonable, as much as is appropriate or fair, moderate. CCSD, the Nevada legislature, Governor Lombardo, and many parents are continuing to set unrealistic and unreasonable expectations for school administrators, teachers, education support professionals, and students. When you talk about recruitment, higher salaries are very helpful. However, most prospective employees don't know about the unrealistic or unreasonable expectations at CCSD. I didn't. Yet, if you want to retain employees, these practices need to be reviewed and stopped. I know there is political and parental pressure to do anything and everything to achieve unrealistic and unreasonable expectations, basically to create miracles. These unrealistic and unreasonable expectations are going to continue to erode the climate and culture at CCSD schools and diminish the education of CCSD students. These practices create a negative learning and working environment. When a schedule is set that asks an employee to get from one side of a campus to the other side of the campus in 0 minutes, that is not only unrealistic, it is impossible. And then when the employee is disciplined, this is unreasonable. Unreasonable discipline needs to stop. To expect teachers to teach a phonics program without the materials is unrealistic and unreasonable. This sort of situation has arisen all the time at CCSD. The other area I want to talk about is the misuse of education support professionals. Constantly pulling an employee from their position to fill in for a position with more difficult duties is creating a work environment for many ESPs that is not only stressful, but unbearable. And not paying them for this according to the contract is making it worse. That's the responsibility clause, and it's not being followed district-wide. So I know there are political pressures, but I am telling you and basically warning you that if you do not change this, then you will have to double your recruitment efforts because retaining employees will not work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tampa. Is Elizabeth Alder here? Elizabeth? Okay, we're going to move on to yellow cards. Leslie Quinn, can I confirm that you're would like to speak on non-agenda items? Yes. Okay. Thank you. We will save. We'll save you to that moment. All right. We're going to move on, colleagues. It looks like that is the what we have in terms of public comment for the consent agenda. Trustee Guzman.
I move that we accept the consent agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Zamora.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. Colleagues, we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Guzman, a second by Trustee Zamora. Please cast your vote. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. We're going to move on to the warrants. Trustee Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. Ratified warrants as listed in the bills payable transmittal and board memorandum number 05-23-24 in the total amount of $181,828,786.54.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Okay, colleagues, we're going to move on to item 3.02. That's the public hearing on and possible approval of the new memorandum of agreement between CCSD and the Education Support Employees Association regarding the distribution of funds allocated through the Senate Bill 231. And this is an action item, so if, and it appears we have one public comment who submitted in advance. Are there any other public commenters who would like to provide public comment on this item? Please submit a yellow card. Otherwise, to speak specifically on this item. Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry, Mr. Hall. I made you come up here, but I apologize. I just skipped right through 3.01, and I'll not yet. Hang on tight, please. We are gonna. Thank you, colleagues, for helping me with that item. I appreciate the piece to notify me and help me stay organized. Before I officially, this is not an action item, forgive me, we will not be accepting public comment on this particular item. However, if individuals would like to speak about this item, there will be public comment in section 4.01 on public items not listed as action items on the agenda. Before I turn it over to staff, just want to take a moment to provide a little bit of context about how this item came about. Earlier this year, the State Board of Education began discussing later start times for all students across the state. They also held a handful of listening sessions. And today's transportation presentation is based on the draft regulation language that was approved at the State Board meeting on September 9th. The motion to approve the language did not note any language revisions, and after the draft regulation was accepted by the State Board earlier this month, it stated that it would be sent to the Legislative Council Bureau for review, or the LCB. It's not lost on me that the state has yet to approve the final regulation related to school start times. Some feel that this presentation is a bit premature, but it's important to be proactive when considering the real implications of our students, families, and our broader community. And we have ultimately the responsibility, the very grave, a huge responsibility, to ensure that the community is informed of the limited options available to meet the demands imposed by external entities, in this case, the state, who may fail to recognize the logistical challenges within an interconnected system or the realities of many of our families. It's for that reason I felt it was an important, and we felt that it was a proactive and transparent approach was necessary, which is why we're here today. This presentation was requested so that we can consider the potential impact of a state-imposed regulation with a short turnaround time, implementation beginning next school year. And I recognize that this is not an action item, and like I mentioned earlier, public comment is not available on this presentation itself. However, it is available in item 4.01, so we definitely look forward to hearing from both staff and, of course, our public at the appropriate time. I'm going to turn it over straight over to Mr. Casey, and then I'll have Dr. Jara chime in at the end. Mr. Casey?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara, Mike Casey for the record.
This evening, I am joined with Jennifer Vobis, our Executive Director of Transportation. And as you had mentioned, we are here to provide an update on draft SBE regulation pertaining to school start time. So on September 6th, the Nevada State Board of Education brought forward draft regulation language pertaining to school start times. This item was moved forward to the Legislative Council Bureau to assist with drafting the final regulatory language, which is to be brought back to the next Nevada State Board of Education meeting on October 4th. Tonight, we will be updating you on the draft language as presented at the December 6th meeting. Certainly, we know there's been some offline discussion in terms of the intent, but we are presenting what was approved or moved forward at that meeting. As well, we will touch on our current transportation schedule, bell options that would satisfy the proposed regulation, as well as briefly discuss a couple of potential cost mitigation options the district could implement to mitigate the financial impact of the proposed regulation. The proposed regulation seeks to set guidelines and guardrails for school start times, specifically those that begin prior to 8 a.m. The call to set guidelines around school start times seems to originate from a 2014 American Academy of Pediatrics study that examined insufficient sleep in adolescents and young adults. We are not here to debate the merits of this study. Rather, we will be merely discussing the financial and operational implications this proposal would have on transportation services. So Section 1 of the proposed regulatory language requires schools starting before 8 a.m. to provide alternative options to families and students. While unclear as to what those options should be, if the intent is to offer alternative schedules at these schools, this would prove most challenging for the district, given our ongoing staffing shortages and scrutiny on instructional time. However, I would propose that with the availability of the Nevada Learning Academy, this could be viewed as a viable option to serve to satisfy this requirement. Section 2 of the proposed regulatory language would require the district to conduct a comprehensive survey of individual school communities regarding school start time adjustments. This would require CCSD to survey all schools, as a change in start times as prescribed in this proposed regulation would have a district-wide impact. While we agree there is value in conducting a survey to garner community feedback prior to making a significant district-wide change, we do see the value of this requirement as being severely diluted, and that community feedback would be gathered after the fact. Section 3 of the proposed regulatory language calls for the State Board of Education to develop and implement a waiver system. School districts seeking a waiver would need to submit their application to the State Board of Education no later than November 15th for consideration for the upcoming school year. The November 15th date could prove challenging in the current year, given the time constraints related to the required regulatory process to codify the proposed regulation. Assuming final language is brought back and approved at the October 4th State Board of Education meeting, it would need to be scheduled for public hearing with a 30-day notice for adoption, after which the regulation would be submitted to the Legislative Commission for review and final approval. Just also of note, it is unclear at this time as to what a successful waiver application would look like. Section 4 of the proposed regulatory language calls for implementation by the 2024-25 school year, which is an extremely tight turnaround. For reference, when the state of California brought forward SB 328 in their 2019 legislative process, they set an implementation date of 2022, or 2022, this allowing for 3 years to implement. And more recently, the state of Florida approved HB 733 this year for implementation in 2026, again allowing for 3 years to implement. Section 4 does provide language allowing for a gradual implementation. However, the language requires further clarification on its intent and interpretation. As written, 25% of schools within each district and charter schools must offer alternative start time options, meaning 8 a.m. or later. Each subsequent school year, an additional 25% of schools will be required to implement start time options until all schools comply with the regulation. As it currently stands, 82% of Clark County School District schools start at 8 a.m. or later. Therefore, based on the language as written, we would be in compliance through the first 3 school years of this requirement. However, based on the spirit of the discussion at the September 6th meeting, it would seem the intent of this section is to address schools that start prior to 8 a.m., meaning CCSD would be required to shift at least 25% of its schools that currently do not meet the 8 a.m. requirement annually, until all CCSD schools start at 8 a.m. or later. From an operational perspective, this gradual implementation plan would only be applicable if the district intended to transition from a 3-tier bell schedule to a 2-tier bell schedule, which we'll touch on a little later. Section 5 of the proposed regulatory language outlines reporting requirements, which from a transportation perspective, we really don't have anything additional to add, other than to reiterate the potential timing challenges around the November 15th date of the current year for the reasons previously provided. So CCSD currently utilizes a partially standardized 3-tier bell schedule, which is the most efficient use of the district's transportation resources. The current schedule provides for consistent and timely transportation services, ensuring CCSD students receive their scheduled instructional time, access to morning breakfast service, and allows for increased available resources to service athletic events and other extracurricular activities. Transporting over 100,000 students per day, CCSD operates the largest district-owned bus fleet in the nation. This is due in part to insufficient public transit infrastructure to fully support alternative student transportation options. With that said, CCSD does maintain a collaborative relationship with RTC, utilizing their services to the fullest extent possible. Effectively transporting 100,000 students daily requires the district to have sufficient resources to service peak demand. By employing a partially standardized 3-tier schedule, the transportation department is able to smooth the demand over 3 bell windows, allowing a single bus and driver to service 3 different schools. Additionally, the 3-tier bell schedule aligns with our driver's contracted minimum of 6.5 hours. So to satisfy the requirements proposed by the Nevada State Board of Education, the district would need to implement one of the following 3 options. Option A, a uniform shift of start and dismissal times by 60 minutes. Option B would be an inversion of high school and elementary school start and dismissal times with a uniform 60-minute shift to satisfy the 8 a.m. requirement. And option C, consolidate the current 3-tier bell schedule to a 2-tier bell schedule. Option A consists maintaining the integrity of the current bell schedule while uniformly shifting all current bell times by 1 hour. Transportation budgetary and staffing needs would not be impacted by this change. However, there would be a significant impact to the CCSD community and families. Option B consists of inverting the start and end times for the first bell high school and the third bell elementary schools and uniformly shifting the bell schedule by 1 hour to satisfy the 8 a.m. requirement. This option would address potential concerns regarding a 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. elementary arrival and dismissal. However, it would result in an increase of 52 routes and would also have a significant impact on the CCSD community and families. The incremental costs associated with the addition of 52 drivers and buses would result in initial costs of $11.6 million for the buses with an ongoing annual cost of $700,000, as well as the bus drivers at $2.2 million in terms of the salary and wages. Just also of note on the annual cost, we did apply a significant dilution factor to reduce or to reflect a reduced or greater efficiency on the front end. However, this cost is expected to escalate over a period of time as is typical as fleets age. In terms of driver compensation, we did base it on the contracted minimum. So in terms of what this could look like, it could be higher given additional hours. Option C consists of converting the current 3-tier bell schedule to a 2-tier bell schedule with an 8 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. start time. This option could be viewed as the least disruptive relative to the current 2nd and 3rd bell. However, the implementation cost of this option would be substantial. In order to consolidate the current 3-tier schedule to a 2-tier schedule, the service demand for one of the 3 tiers would be distributed to the 2 remaining tiers, resulting in the need for approximately 450 additional buses and drivers. CCSD's current 5 bus yards do not have the capacity to absorb this number of additional buses Therefore, the district would need to identify and purchase a site suitable to develop a 6-bus yard. Just also of note in terms of the cost, this reflects the low end of the range and reflects more so an annex bus yard to absorb the additional capacity. If we were to pursue to fully develop another bus yard, you can add another 25 to 30 million on top of the 45 million. Also of note, bus driver contracted minimums of 6.5 hours align with the current 3-tier bell schedule. If we converted to a 2-tier schedule, contracted minimums would most likely exceed actual hours worked, resulting in a significant amount of unproductive pay. Other notable considerations pertaining to option C, the procurement lead time for a typical bus purchase of 100 buses is approximately 9 to 12 months, so we could expect a significant lead time for an order of this magnitude. Hiring and onboarding 450 additional staff prior to the start of the school year would divert HR resources away from addressing the staffing needs of other district departments, namely that of teachers. With regards to purchase and development of an additional bus yard, the construction timeline for comparable projects is approximately 400 calendar days from the notice to proceed to completion. Additionally, the design, permit, and utility process would take approximately 18 to 24 months prior to the notice to proceed. So to briefly recap the options and costs in aggregate, option A would uniformly shift the structure of the current bell schedule by 1 hour. This would essentially be budget neutral, but would have a significant impact on the CCSD community and families. Option B seeks to address any potential concerns related to a 4 p.m. dismissal for elementary students by inverting the schedule and then uniformly shifting by 1 hour. This would require an upfront capital investment of approximately $12 million with an incremental annual cost of close to $3 million. Option C, while least disruptive relative to the current second and third bell, it would require a significant initial outlay of approximately $145 million and an ongoing annual cost of approximately $23 million. And while not directly within transportation's purview, we felt it was important to highlight some areas that would be impacted by the proposed change. Athletics and extracurricular activities, more so towards our springtime sports and lighting concerns, before and after school community programs, student childcare, specifically relevant to our elementary students, after school student work schedules, daylight savings times, again, this is relevant to an elementary 4 p.m. dismissal, our student meal participation, most likely with our decline in breakfast participation, which would have an unfavorable financial impact on food services, and traffic pattern considerations as we push closer into rush hour traffic. So a couple of notable service reductions that could be implemented as a cost mitigation measure. To be clear, our goal is to maintain our current services. CCSD Transportation takes great pride in the fact that we've been able to continue services these past few years while other districts were forced to cut services to a large percentage of eligible students due to ongoing driver shortages. CCSD is committed to providing eligible students ongoing access to transportation. However, if the district were required to pursue a radical change, such as option C, we would need to take a serious look at ways in which to offset costs and demand. One of which, and most notable, is increasing the walk zone for gen ed transportation services to more closely align with other large urban districts, that being an increase to 5 miles. So with that, trustees, that concludes our presentation, and we will pause for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Superintendent Jara.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Thank you, Mr. Casey. I just want to make just a couple comments before we hear your questions and answer your ready to answer your questions. First of all, let me just thank Mr. Casey and certainly Ms. Jennifer Bovis for her work and the entire department in transportation. Notable recommendation for Ms. Bovis that she for some of the work that we've done that she was able to do in creating efficiencies that we were not, and we have not been facing similar challenges as other urban and other districts across the entire country, where Jennifer was recognized and was a National Director of the Year for the entire transportation across every school district in America. So congratulations to Ms. Bovis for her work. But really, creating the efficiencies to increase our on time, increase our offerings for our students. This is not something that we are recommending. I just want the public to understand this is not a recommendation of the Clark County School District. As a matter of fact, our legal counsel and our government relations team has been at both state board meetings opposing the regulation. And I know that my colleagues across the entire state, all 17 of us, plus the state charter authority, are opposing of this. We are not, I want to make sure that we're clear, we are not opposing it because of the research. The research is clear on sleep patterns of teenagers and of students. More we're concerned with, as Mr. Casey eloquently highlighted, the impact, operational impact that this will have on our families, on our children, on our staff, and certainly our entire community. So, as it's written to date, which was what the state board voted on that went to LCB, this is something that we certainly it would cause a tremendous negative impact on our children, on our staff, and our community. So I just wanted to make sure that that's on the record. It's not something that the Clark County School District is supporting. And our principals are really concerned, as we have shared some of this with our building leaders, because of the impact that it will have in our schools.
Thank you, Dr. Jara. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Williams, who's first in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to try and be really quick. I do have a few questions, but I'd like to say something too. Thank you, Dr. Jara, for stating that. I would like all parents to know out there that this is a very big issue, and if they want to email the people responsible for this proposed policy, it is doe.nv.gov. It is Nevada Department of Education doing this. My concerns truly is the bus shortages that we're going to have, the driver shortages that we have, the food insecurity we have in this county, the travel insecurity we have in this county, job and housing. All of this is a very big factor, which I don't think we fairly compare to California, LA Unified, or any school district in Miami or Florida or Orlando or anything like that. So I guess, Mr. Casey, thank you. And I know that you guys are having to put this stuff together, things that don't actually make a whole lot of sense, but I appreciate you bringing three options to the table to say, hey, this is maybe how we offset this type of stuff. So I have about 3 or 4 questions, but they'll be quick. Number one is, do we know why NDE is trying to compare Nevada to California and Florida?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara, Trustee Williams, I don't believe that they're directly trying to compare us to California. I think they're basing it on the study, and they're trying to do what's in the best interest of students. But again, there are, financial and operational implications to these type of changes, but I don't believe they're directly trying to model California or other. I was just noting that as far as California, when they put it forward through the legislative process, they did provide for 3 years to implement, whereas Florida, which just went this year, again, they provided 3 years for implementation.
Sure.
Whereas they're looking to do this by next year, which would give us less than a year to put this in place.
Sure, I agree. The timeline's pretty sketchy. I mean, there's studies out there that say a 4-day school week is actually more beneficial than a 5-day. So what studies are they choosing? I have no idea. Number one, do they know what's going to happen to our bus schedules? Are they going to work with the county commission and the city boards to ensure that RTC can actually help with these student transportation issues that we're undoubtedly going to have?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara, Trustee Williams, I really couldn't speak to that.
Okay, great.
So if I can I jump in on that one?
Absolutely, Dr. Jara.
Williams? Madam President, members of the board, thank you, Mr. Casey. I know it's difficult to make eye contact on the phone, but I wanted to, which is a challenge for us with RTC. The RTC does not have the capacity as in LA, right? And some of the other large urbans where their public transportation is more robust. They're struggling. I mean, they're facing some of the same challenges we do. We would love to expand, but we can't because of they're saying the route challenges that they're facing. So it is something that I don't believe that they're not having any conversations with RTC. This is why, as Trustee Garcia Morales mentioned, we're being proactive because we're going to have that conversation with the RTC to say this is a challenge and really for assistance to maybe have some discussions at a higher level to help us. I wouldn't say I think to bring up the challenge is not so much to try to accommodate because they're having the same fiscal challenges and bus shortage as we are.
Thank you, Dr. Jara. Yeah, no, I understand that completely. I think I bring up these questions more so for the public to understand that this is an issue that could potentially cost the district over $100 million for the schools to adjust. $100 million that necessarily could have gone to special programs or new schools or new playgrounds or new curriculum or anything of that nature that would actually help students in the sense that I don't know a single student that truly, truly struggles and that doesn't ever get to a point where we have so many tutors and so many APs, we have after-school programs, we have all of these things, and what they end up doing is they put CCSD, because we are the largest district in the state, and we are the biggest employer in the state, and we are the only one that has our own transportation force, that they think that we can absorb these costs, when in reality we cannot. So NDE is not paying for it, they're not working with the county commission for it, or the city boards, they're not gonna work with the governor's office for it. So if you're a parent and this concerns you, walk time 5 miles, that's crazy to me. Crazy. I couldn't imagine as a parent doing that to my child. So I would say email the Nevada Department of Education because CCSD is trying, but this is insane. But that's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee
Thank you.
Williams. Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Guzman?
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. So Trustee Williams hit on something that I was going to ask you if there was a budget line item to give to districts to go to this new policy. Is there? Is the NDE offering to pay for any of this?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara, Trustee Guzman. To this point, I haven't heard of any financial, supplementation for, it doesn't seem to be, no.
Okay, thank you. And then one of the things that has made a few of my families upset is the fact that we utilize different models and the 5-mile radius. And so we haven't put any of these in place, have we? Any of these options yet?
No, that's correct.
Okay, so we're not asking kids to walk 5 miles right now?
No, we are not.
Okay, thank you. And then when we're looking at one of your last slides, I was pondering, did the Department of Ed ask us for any consultation or anything to discuss this new thing that they're deciding to do with changing our bell times since we are the largest district?
Madam President, member of the board, Superintendent Jara, Trustee Guzman. They did hold 3 workshops. They did have one here in which I did attend, just not as an official representative of CCSD, but more so as a parent and just to hear the community feedback. So I know they had those 3 workshops in which to garner some feedback. The attendance wasn't that great at that particular meeting. So in terms of how it was publicized, I'm not sure if that's representative of the community in terms of the feedback that they did receive.
And they didn't ask you for any consultation on what this might look like?
Not in an official capacity, no.
Okay. And then the last thing, it always makes me chuckle when we talk about surveys, because I'm just wondering if we're going to survey the sites, how much feedback would be acceptable, and how much do we normally receive?
I think that has yet to be defined in
Okay.
terms of what would satisfy the survey requirement. I know from past surveys that could be somewhat challenging. Certainly, during the period of distance ed in which we were trying to connect our students with technology, that effort lasted through the summer up until December in order to achieve, the goal of reaching out and ensuring that we had an appropriate response from each family. So that can be, as far as the time requirement and the level of effort to ensure that we reach all families and everyone's represented, but that could be, the level of effort there could be significant.
So that would extend our timeline. So they're giving us a shorter timeline than any of the other states, and then the survey so that we could reach all of our families that might be affected would even make that timeline shorter. Is that what I'm hearing you say? I just want to ensure that I'm understanding.
Based on how the language is currently is written, in terms of how one applies to the other, it's unclear whether it's specific. Well, I mean, we know that it would be applicable to all schools because all schools will be receiving a change. So yes, it would require the level of effort in terms of it, if we had to do it prior to the change or if it's required to submit the waiver. That piece I'm unclear on. So if it's required for all because we're changing times, that could be problematic. If it's required specifically for schools that require a waiver, still some level of effort there, but that depends on what path we would choose to pursue there.
But yet
That
we
makes
don't
sense.
know what the waiver process would look like or what it would be for, right?
It just says that the Nevada State Board of Education would develop a plan in which to allow schools to submit a waiver, but that hasn't been defined yet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam President, I have a comment, if I may.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Trustee Guzman, we currently have a waiver process for our own, obviously with AB 469, and we do have the ability for schools to change their start time if they fund it using their budget. None of them do because they can't afford it, for the most part. Now, our concern also with the timeline, if I may, is that our budget under NRS 388G, AB 469, is due to our schools by January 15th for next year, 24-25. And it's now September 28th. So it's a short timeline is what I'm trying to say for decisions for us to get to principals.
Thank you, Dr. Jara. And I heard an audible from Trustee Guzman, also who said thank you, but it's not on the mic. Appreciate that. Trustee Cavazos, you're next. Oh, allow me one moment. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Phobos and Mr. Casey, for this presentation. I want to echo what our board president said and what our superintendent said, that we're trying to be proactive here and it's informational. As Trustee Guzman said, we do not have these in place right now. These are possibilities. So on the language, I noticed we said as written. So this is a draft right now that is, presented as part of the reference materials. So this is not a final draft. This is just what we have to work with right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. I'm trying to ask the same questions that I asked you guys at our briefing last Thursday, but since the public does not have the benefit of hearing that briefing, and then a couple of other things that my colleagues made me think of. So this has not been reviewed by the Legislative Council Bureau yet. So, possibility, and just playing devil's advocate here, the Legislative Council Bureau could look at this and just say, hey, this doesn't fly, this is not going to work for our kids, and this doesn't work, or et cetera. I see Trustee Guzman looking at me here. Okay, hold on one sec. But what I'm saying is, this is not a final draft. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
Dr. Jara?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Trustee Cavazos, this is the draft that was voted on in a public meeting by the State Board of Education. That's what we have.
Right.
Now, we did ask, just for the matter of transparency, our general counsel did send a letter to LCB, concern of the validity of the State Board taking this action. And we haven't heard back yet.
Thank you, Dr. Jara, for that clarification. I appreciate it. So as Trustee Guzman had brought up, we are not asking these are just options, possible options as far as to be able, if they should get this approved, and it has to come back to the State Board of Education. And I'm going to distinguish between the Nevada Department of Education and the State Board, because the State Board is the one who took the vote. So if this was not approved, I mean, these options right now, as I think Mr. Casey had said, these are not options that the State Board has talked about, like taking away busing from the magnet schools, or walking 5 miles, with their kids. And, our community is quite understandably, perturbed about this, as we all are. So what I'm saying is, these are not options that we had any kind of consultation with. This is just us trying to look at what this would look like if that does get approved and it goes through. Is that correct?
Superintendent Jara here for the record, Trustee Cavazos. Absolutely. This is, if this passes as written and we have to implement the board, NDEs, and the state board's regulation, these are the possible steps or I would say strategies or recommendations that we'd have to look at that would, as I mentioned in my opening comments, that would negatively impact our schools and our students and our staff.
Thank you, Dr. Jara. I just wanted to make the point for the public, because there seemed to be a lot of confusion where I got a lot of inquiries. I'm sure I was not the only trustee that received this that said, why are you guys doing this? And I think Trustee Williams had pointed out that it wasn't us that was putting this forth. But these options are also things that you guys are trying to be proactive and show in our community what this might look like. Is that correct? And we appreciate that that was a lot of work for you guys to do. That's all that I have right now. I just wanted to make it clear that this is something that we're trying to be proactive. We're accused a lot of times of being reactive, and so this time we're trying to be proactive, but this is not something, it's not a done deal, it's preliminary. Thank you so much, and again, thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Zamora and then Trustee Bustamante Adams. Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. As we talk about being proactive and talking about surveying our community, we know something is coming, right? And one of the things you mentioned, actually, Trustee Guzman, about the RTC conversations, we haven't had those, but has there been any conversations with like Safe Key or after-school programs about what might be coming?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara, Trustee Zamora. That, in terms of this presentation and our actions, is strictly from a transportation perspective, so we'd have to communicate or work with community engagement for those discussions. So.
Okay.
Trustee Zamora, this is Superintendent. That is one of our concerns that when we met with, I met with principals, our principal leads. That is, wanted to hear this tonight, present this to you, but those are some of the next steps because of Safe Key will be impacted. Our kids, after school, before school, some of it depending on where elementary. But those are some of the concerns that our building principals, especially our elementary school principals, were extremely concerned about.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I have little kids, so I know it's going to be difficult either way, so
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. Trustee Bustamante Adams, I want to give you a moment to jump in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Casey, my question is along the lines of Trustee Zamora, but during the state board workshop meetings, was there any conversation on the impact to the business community if these suggestions go forward?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara, Trustee Bustamante Adams. I can't speak to all the discussions to each of the workshops. I could only speak to the one that I was at. There was talks about, again, the benefits or the potential benefits, as well as the potential challenges. In terms of impact to the business community, I think that would fall along the lines of, the impact of childcare and whatnot. But in that regard, maybe it was brought up, but not in a broad sense, I don't believe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. So I have been watching this play out. I know when this first started, I did reach out to several state board members. I did tell them there were limited options for the district to meet transportation issues. I also did share concerns that some of the ways in which the district would meet this would be negatively impacted. It would negatively impact families and students. So they are aware of the fact that transportation is a problem. The way that other districts have addressed transportation problems is they just removed it. And we certainly don't want to do that. There is serious equity concerns. We cannot get to a point where people do not have equal opportunity and access to education. So I am very firm in that. It's very clear some of these are costly measures. It's also clear that no one's giving us money for them. So that leaves us with the other options that do not cost money. That's where we are. And the only way that you can really address this is eliminating transportation options, increasing walk zones, or flipping schedules around. I'm hopeful that the state recognizes that it's a lot more challenging than I think they estimated, and that they listen to the concerns that families will have when these high schoolers get out of school after their elementary school students and they don't have any childcare, because that's going to be a whole lot of kids that don't have childcare. I appreciate the presentation and you throwing it together. I'm certainly, I know that you're not responsible, but I think it's very important that we're honest and that we're very direct and clear about the implications this has and the potential harm to families and students. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. I have a couple of questions myself. I'd like to know, Dr. Jara, maybe you can speak to this. What additional impacts that have not already been discussed could a formal approval or a requirement of CCSD to adjust start times for students have on additional operations of the school district?
Thank you, Madam President, Superintendent Jara. If I can turn it over, because one of the things that I know Mr. Casey, who also oversees food service, I don't know, I'd like to see if there's any concerns there, but one of the things, I know there was a recommendation that was floated out to look at and moving elementary school to a 7 a.m. start time or 8. That is putting our youngest children on bus stops, arriving at bus stops way too early, which concerns me tremendously. But if Mr. Casey, if you can speak to, are there any other concerns that, that we haven't talked about? We've talked about the childcare, the high school kids who take care of the younger kids to go home. They have to be home to take care of the younger brothers, siblings. How about with the food insecurity and that was brought up? Anything there, Mr. Casey, that I've missed around when do we serve meals under the federal guidelines?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara. In terms of the meal times and when we start meals, we should be fine as far as breakfast service. The biggest or the bigger concern with breakfast service is if we do start later, our participation rate for breakfast service most likely will go down. That impacts our reimbursement rate. Right now we are 100% CEP, and that's due to our ability to have a high participation rate. If that were to diminish significantly, that could potentially jeopardize our ability to maintain 100% CEP, meaning free meals for everybody.
And 100% CEP means what for the public, Mr. Casey? I think so they all understand that, where everybody eats breakfast and lunch.
Yes, breakfast and lunch are free for all
Thank you.
students. Yes. Just also of note, if elementary were to shift to a later start time, it could potentially impact our instructional or our teachers that want to pursue professional development. Apparently, in terms of the availability in the afternoon, it could preclude them for pursuing those opportunities. So that's another unforeseen, consequence that could occur.
Sounds like there are a lot of things to consider, a lot of items that will be impacted by a decision to change start times. Even if there is a waiver involved, it is becoming more and more apparent that not only is there a public concern from our families, specifically our families who have messaged the district in overwhelming amounts over the last week and a half about this item, sharing their concern and their desire not to have any changes to the current scheduling systems. There are operational impacts and costs associated with the implementation of such policy, no matter when it takes place, whether it's a phased-in approach or an approach that takes in immediately. I want to clarify something that I believe I heard and maybe has already been discussed, and I want to narrow this down. What percentage of high schools in Clark County School District begin after 8 a.m.? Mr. Casey?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara, President Garcia Morales, the majority of our high schools do start prior to 8 a.m. They are the first bell in the tier.
So the majority of our schools start, 100% of our high schools?
High schools.
High schools. Okay, 100% of our high school starts before 8 a.m. There currently are no high schools that start after 8 a.m.
I will defer to our Executive Director of Transportation to speak to that particular item.
Perfect. Ms. Bovis?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara, President Garcia Morales, currently there are no high schools. We do have one high school, it's Desert Rose, but they do not receive transportation services.
Very good.
And,
yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes, please.
my apology, and we do have academic centers. They do start currently later than. They are the only ones, the academic centers, which are alternative education sites for students.
Another question related to transportation and the impacts of a potential change like this. What, Mr. Casey, Ms. Bovis, Dr. Jara, can you please give us an example of the tiered transportation approach? There seems to be an outcry about this policy is not, there's some confusion in terms of this policy, this draft regulation that is before us that has a lot of concern around only focusing on a specific group. Why would these type of impacts, what other impacts would it have? I think I need some clarity, or maybe if you could walk us through what a route looks like for one bus, and why it can't only, the issue doesn't only impact high schools. So, for example, in District C, I'd love to know if there are, I mean, in any district, right, but I'm especially concerned about our students in areas of high need. What does one bus, how many routes, how many stops does it have, and does it only stop at high schools or only stop at elementary schools? Could you give me a range, an example?
Trustee Morales, members of the board, Superintendent Jara, President Garcia Morales, I'm going to give you a very rudimentary, very simplistic, and ideal bus route. So a bus driver will come in approximately about 5:30, pre-trip a bus, which is by federal law. We start our routes about 5:45, going out to the bus stops. On the first tier, which is the high school tier, we are trying to get students to school 20 minutes before the bell time so that they can get breakfast and have access to food, teachers, get there on time. So the drop-off would be approximately 6:40. So it is plausible that, and it happens that there are bus stops as early as 5:55, 5:50, 6:10, 6:15. So if we were to invert tiers, that is also something to consider for elementary schools. After that, the 6:40 drop-off for a 7 o'clock bell, they will go back out into, and we try to cluster them into feeder schools in very similar areas. We do try to mirror what we call mirror bus stops. So if it's a bus stop for high school, it could also be a bus stop for elementary and also for middle school, because those are the safest. We've identified them as the safest places to pick up and drop off students, load and unload students. So after they drop off at 6:40, they'll go to start picking up their middle school or their 8 o'clock bell. In order to mitigate some of our, because we do have a large number of students with disabilities that we do transport, some of our students that, or some of our schools, I apologize, some of our schools that don't have the gen ed, don't have gen ed transportation, we will put on an 8 o'clock bell in order to kind of level out some of the demand so that we don't have such a high demand, because we have to staff to the highest level. So 8 o'clock bell is a drop off for at 7:40. And then we go back out for the third tier, which is the 9 o'clock bell, or the elementary, historically the elementary bell, for a drop off at 8:40. Students with disabilities, if there's a early childhood program, they'll go back out starting about 10:45 to do the same thing for half-day programs. And for gen ed drivers, they come back, they work a split shift, so they clock out. They come back approximately about 12 o'clock to start for their afternoon, which is then we do it in reverse. High school, same thing, high school, middle school, elementary school. Then we go out to late bell, which is late activity, and then we also try to use some of our route drivers for the front ends of activities for events and athletics, and then we also have our route drivers. Also in the middle of that, just so you understand, and I think this is important to note, how much that we do try to leverage and have real efficient use of our drivers. We also try to fit field trips in the split shift so that we can use our route drivers at that time as well.
Thank you for that breakdown. Really appreciate that clarity. Colleagues, I don't see any additional members in the queue, and I just do want to appreciate everyone for their thoughtful questions and for the thoughtful presentation that has come before us. This is an item that, as we have continued to share over and over, is a draft. There's draft language that has that we are aware of from a recent state board meeting that was expected to go on to LCB. We will continue to monitor this item and continue to have discussions on its impacts to all of our students and families. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. That was not an action item, colleagues, so we're going to keep on moving on. Now we're officially welcoming Mr. Hall. Before I open item 3.02, if anyone would like to speak on this item, please submit your yellow cards now. This item is a public hearing on the possible approval of the memorandum of agreement between CCSD and the Education Support Employees Association regarding the distribution of funds allocated through the State Bill 231. Mr. Hall, welcome.
Thank you. Nevada Revised Statute NRS 288.153 requires that any new, extended, or modified collective bargaining agreement between a local government employer and an employee organization be approved by the governing body of the local government employer at a public hearing, and that the chief executive officer of the local government shall report to the local government the fiscal impact of the agreement. The Board of Trustees of the Clark County School District, or CCSD, approved a negotiated agreement with the Education Support Employees Association, or ESEA. An agreement has been reached pending approval by the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent of Schools regarding a memorandum of agreement between CCSD and ESEA regarding the allocation of funds provided through the recently passed Senate Bill 231, or SB 231. ESEA and CCSD drafted a new memorandum of agreement which memorializes the agreement between the parties that education support professionals will receive a portion of the SB 231 funds based on the percentage of eligible employees in that group, or approximately 33.4%. The terms of this agreement will be effective prospectively from the date of approval and signature. There are additional costs in the amount of approximately $58 million associated with entering into this memorandum of agreement. This is the time and place to conduct a public hearing on discussion of and possible action on approval of the new memorandum of agreement between the Clark County School District and the Education Support Employees Association regarding the distribution of funds to education support professionals allocated through Senate Bill 231.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Trustee Guzman?
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I will not be voting on this. I will be abstaining from it because ESEA is part of the Nevada State Education Association, which is my employer.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask if the board, if there is any discussion at this time. Otherwise, we'll turn it over to public comment. Okay, we'll begin with individuals who signed up in advance. Autumn Tampa, followed by Jim Frazee. Welcome.
Autumn Tampa, speaking as an individual. Wow, this has been a long time coming. Watching education support professionals be left out or looked over year after year after year after year, I am really grateful and appreciative to ESEA and their team for negotiating this, to CCSD and their team for negotiating this, and for this board moving it forward so quickly. It's joyous, okay? And I want to say and put that on the record and say thank you for that. Yeah, I'm just overwhelmed. I'll speak later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tampa. Mr. Frazee, welcome.
Thank you, Madam President, trustees. For the record, my name is Jim Frazee. I'm a high school teacher here in Clark County, and I also have the honor of being the vice president of your largest bargaining unit, CCEA. I come here to speak in opposition of this, and I have 4 points. One, the law does not allow you to do this. It is not your money to divide up. It is to be collectively bargained. And until all units are collectively bargained, it cannot go forward. You have not reached an agreement with your largest bargaining unit representing 18,000 teachers. You've walked away from the table and declared impasse. The second issue I would say is that, again, it is not your money. In front of the Senate Finance Committee, CCSD's lobbyist was so inept that Chair Dondero Loop said that she was counting your testimony as in opposition of the bill. You didn't lift a finger to move the bill. Third, as much as I care for support staff, and any educator understands the value of support staff, and quite frankly deserves more than this, I question how you're spending your money. If you have tens of thousands of students that don't have a licensed educator in front of them, and you say you cannot pay for this, why aren't you using all your money the best you can to attract and retain qualified educators? And the last thing I would say is to my friends in ESEA, it is not your money. Your bargaining unit, NSEA, in front of Carson City, spoke against this bill, worked against this bill. Don't come with your hand out on this money now. Luckily for every educator in the state and support staff, NSEA was not very respected and their efforts failed. I thank you for your time.
That concludes public comment. Colleagues, I'm seeking a motion. Trustee Williams?
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 3.02.
Forgive me. Thank you, Trustee Williams. I acknowledge your motion, and I want to note for the record that this public hearing is now closed. Okay. Looking for a second. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I will second the motion.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Williams, a second by Trustee Brooks. Please cast your vote. Trustee Bustamante Adams?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, that motion passes 6 yes and 1 abstention. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 3.03. That is, this is the public hearing on and possible action of the new memorandum of agreement between CCSD and the Police Officers Association of the Clark County School District regarding the distribution of funds allocated through Senate Bill 231. This is an action item, and if any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please submit your yellow cards now.
Madam Chair, I was on Zoom and you never called me. I
Welcome, Mr. Bayless. It's good to see you. We did call your name, and we are now at item 3.01. We'll include you. Mr. Bayless will include you in public comment at the end of our meeting. Thank you. As I was saying, this is a action item. And if anybody would like to speak on this item, please submit your yellow card. Otherwise, we will keep it going here. Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara. Nevada Revised Statute 288.153 requires that any new extended or modified collective bargaining agreement between a local government employer and an employee organization be approved by the governing body of the local government employer at a public hearing, and that the chief executive officer of the local government shall report to the local government the fiscal impact of the agreement. The Board of Trustees of the Clark County School District, or CCSD, approved a negotiated agreement with the Police Officers Association of the Clark County School District, or POA. An agreement has been reached pending approval by the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent of Schools regarding a memorandum of agreement between CCSD and POA regarding the allocation of funds provided through the recently passed Senate Bill 231, or SB 231. POA and CCSD drafted a new memorandum of agreement which memorializes the agreement between the parties that POA will receive a portion of the SB 231 funds based on the percentage of eligible employees who are school police officers, or approximately 0.6%. The terms of this agreement will be effective prospectively from the date of approval and signature. There are additional costs in the amount of approximately $1 million associated with entering into this memorandum of agreement. This is the time and place to conduct a public hearing on, discussion of, and possible action on approval of the new memorandum of agreement between the Clark County School District and the Police Officers Association of the Clark County School District regarding the distribution of funds to school police officers allocated through Senate Bill 231.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Colleagues, I'm looking for any discussion. If there is none, I will move on to public comment. No one signed up in advance for this item, and I don't see any yellow cards, so at this time I'm seeking a motion. Trustee Williams?
Did you want to close the public hearing?
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. The public hearing is now closed.
Got you. Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to pass item 3.03.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Guzman?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Williams, a second by Trustee Guzman. Please cast your vote. Trustee Bustamante Adams?
Aye.
Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Appreciate your time. All right. We are now going to move on to item 4.01. That is the public comment on items not listed as action items on the agenda. Before I move on to and fully open 4.01, if anybody would like to speak on this item and has not already signed up, please do so now. Otherwise, we will no longer accept yellow cards upon the start of this item. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a 2-minute pause. Thank you, members. Please stay on the dais. We're just walking through some logistics. All right, everybody, I think we are ready to get started here. I recognize that there is a large crowd and there's still some of our staff who's collecting yellow cards. Appreciate that. I'm going to provide, from the moment we begin public comment, I'm going to give another 5 minutes for individuals to turn in yellow cards, but once we're 5 minutes in to this item, I'm going to stop collecting yellow cards. I recognize that there are individuals who are in the overflow room, and it may take them some time to get into the boardroom. So if you hear your name, please come on through, and we'll take you in as you come up. We're going to begin with individuals who have signed up in advance. Okay, and then we'll go to yellow cards. All right. Mr. Bayless, I remember, here you are. Yep. Mr. Bayless, come on up. You'll be first, followed by Kimberly Lindsay, John Amanchukwu. Thank you. Amanchukwu. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Amanchukwu. Mr. Bayless, come on through.
Definitely needs to know him. Hi, James Bayless for the record. Good evening, ladies of the board. Ms. Morales, always a pleasure. So this, just basically coming up to mainly address, I got legislature from Ms. Cortez. I guess they swapped him out of basic to Del Sol Elementary, but I never registered from Del Sol, but I got a willing and able letter from them. And Miss Linda, if you will look on the second page of
Mr.
this
Bayless, remember, I know
got
you're
well,
a pro
it's
at
just pertinent
this.
to her school, so can't really talk to you guys if you don't have jurisdiction over that school.
Please talk to all of us.
Okay.
That is a rule of.
So, long story
public
short,
comment.
you'll see the second page of that packet. You'll see Ms. Cortez put a bunch of dates on there, and you'll see the rest of the packet to where those dates don't even make sense. They basically, what I'm assuming, and this is only my assumption, is due to the fact that if you look at the dates, they basically made it to where basic, I was never at basic. So I'm thinking the situation that happened Jan 10th, they're trying to cover up, and I believe they're trying to blame you for it, Mrs. Linda. So you might want to look at this packet and check out all the legislature behind it, because you know where I'm going and you know where we're seeing each other. This happened after you guys already got served. Would this be falsifying evidence, ma'am? In a federal, this is an IEP, this is a federal document. And we're already in federal court and you're falsifying documents after the lawyer told me not to contact JAR no more, but yet Del Sol sent this after they were told. So which means not only you guys violated your own representation, you've tried to falsify documents to cover your own ass at the process. That's not a good idea, because you know I'm catching every slip you guys make.
You know profanity is not welcome.
I
This is a
apologize,
business meeting, and I
but
appreciate
you know how I am. I'm gonna catch every slip you guys make. I've been watching for the past 3 years, and I just like to say, if anybody likes Bollywood, hey, Jari could probably get you tickets. Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize that some of you may be new to our board meetings. This is a business meeting, and we want to hear from everyone. Thank you for adhering to, thank you for adhering to business decorum. Ms. Kimberly.
Hi, Madam President, members of the board. My name is Kimberly Linsday. I'm here to ask you to repeal your transgender regulation 5138. Few reasons for this. Your guide for supporting transgender students in kindergarten through 12th grade. All the supporting science and evidence are from largely discredited individuals or groups. They don't believe in the science that there is two genders. In fact, they state that it is healthy, appropriate, and typical behavior and part of human development for a child to be on the gender spectrum. and they can't even answer what a woman is. This is grooming. It's not okay. We don't want this around our children. I don't know if you've seen what's happened with our school district in the news. We parents have. There's headline after headline about this lawsuits that have been settled. $9 million here for sexual assault offenders. $1.4 million settled for a child that was raped she was sexually assaulted while 5 teachers were nearby. We, as parents, don't want this for our children. We want them to be safe when they go to school. And it's not appropriate that you guys are sexualizing and grooming them from kindergarten on in. So why do they need to have their education scaffolded to encompass pronouns in kindergarten? That is between a parent and their child, not between a teacher and their child. This guideline even states that parents aren't to be involved because they might have an unsafe environment. Who is this school district to separate a parent from their child? Please repeal this. In 2018, you guys, the board, put out a questionnaire, a survey to parents asking, should we have a transgender policy? 135 said no. 124 say yes. In a democracy where the majority rules, how does it make sense to then give us a policy? And we are a republic, just so we are clear. And your job is to protect our daughters. Title IX protects our daughters from sexual discrimination from their private spaces. This is a gross misuse of those definitions. And I don't want my daughter to be assaulted. As you've seen a young girl she's got assaulted by a poor, misguided soul. Boys should not lay their hands on girls. That's another discussion. But again, between the parents, not you guys. Keep your guys' sexual ideology away from our children. Please repeal transgender agenda 5138. The parents, we are your constituents. We are the people. This is what we're asking of you. So do the right thing or leave your job. Resign. Let someone willing to fight the fight get in those positions. I thank you very much for your time. I pray for your wisdom. I pray that you know the love of Jesus Christ in your life and your eyes are opened. Thank you.
This is the second warning. There is no clapping. I don't need your signs, please. While I appreciate your ability to exercise what you bring in, you're welcome to hold them. You're welcome to hold them in your arms, in your hands, but not over your head if it impedes someone else's vision. You can put your signs down. All right. Mr. Amanchuku. No, Amanchuku. Amanchuku.
In response to Policy 5138, I would like to share the 10 realities of LGBTQ. Number 1, there are only 2 genders. Number 2, without heterosexuality, homosexuality would not exist. Number 3, gender is not fluid, it's frozen. Number 4, parents who support transitioning a minor are guilty of child abuse, negligence, and human decency. The epitome of love is also truth. Number 5, transgenderism is a mental disorder. Number 6, anal sex, blowjobs, and orgasms
Mr.
are not criteria.
Stop. No, stop. Absolutely not. We are not going to, I'm stopping your time. We are not, I'm stopping your time because I'm going to correct you. I'm going to correct you. Let's keep his time running, but I'm going to ask you to not use profanity. We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this. I'm gonna ask you to pause. I'm gonna ask you to pause. I'm gonna, excuse me, please stop.
Page 22, it says, "What's wrong, Navarro? I think you like a big sausage in your mouth. Ha ha ha." That's in this book. All right, page.
John, your language is inappropriate and I'm asking you to stop. I'm asking you to stop. I'm asking you to stop using that language. You are welcome. You are welcome to be, we want to hear your public comment. However, it's Trustee Garcia, it's Madam President.
It's also true. You don't want to hear the truth. You want to cover up the truth so you can get diversity, equity, and inclusion into the school system. We can care less about the perverted books that you all want in the school. Get them out, and let's get back to reading, writing, and arithmetic. You want to take my time, you want to silence me, you want to shut me up, because you don't want to hear the other side. We've heard from the perverts. We've heard from the wicked people. We've heard from the sexual deviants and predators. Can we now hear from people who have common sense?
What are you thinking about?
Also, page 40
It's almost,
in this
yeah, it's
book,
almost up. It's running.
it says we're canoeing
It
out
is
to
already.
Frying Pan Island, which supposedly looks like a frying pan, but we're all certain.
Excuse me, John. No, this is not how we Thank you. Your time is up and you can have a seat. We are going to remove you from the meeting if you continue disrupting the meeting. Can we please have security remove these gentlemen who are up front initiating a request? We've asked them to have a seat on multiple occasions. They continue disrupting a public meeting. I'd like to ask the gentleman who just finished speaking and the gentleman who keeps approaching the dais to please be removed by security and police. Can you please move this gentleman who's standing here approaching the dais? You're welcome to also remove this gentleman here. This gentleman who's right here. I'm asking him to leave the board meeting. Disrupting a public meeting. Disrupting a public meeting, sir. And if you don't know how to conduct yourself in a public meeting, I'm asking you to leave. We're asking you to leave. You're having a difficult time being in this meeting. It's too bad. We want to hear from you, but not under these circumstances. Please leave the boardroom. The gentleman who is wearing the gray cap is also being asked to leave as well because he was approaching the board when we asked us to continue the board meeting. All right, moving on to Amanda Real, James Phillips, and Karen Wu. Do we have Amanda, James, or Karen? These individuals signed up in advance. If they're in the overflow room, please come on through and we'll take you. Let's see, we've got Stephen Phillips and Tiffany Bemol. Tiffany, come on through.
Hi. So thank you for listening today. I'm coming to you with a concern over Exact Path, which is a system that was put in place to help kids catch up, to accelerate, to improve scores. Makes sense. I'm coming to you today because as a parent, I have a concern. And also, I am an instructional designer by trade. So when my son called me from school and told me his hands were shaking, that he was upset, that he thought he was having a panic attack, I was kind of concerned, like, what's going on? After doing some research, I sat down with him and said, why? What's happening? He's a straight A student. When we actually looked at the system, what I found was a couple of things. And as an instructional designer, it goes against everything that I do on a daily basis in my job. So first, they're given an activity, and during this activity, there was content that was shown that it literally said, you don't need this, but we're gonna show it to you anyway. After that, when we looked at this content, it was not user-friendly, it was hard to enter data, it was inconsistent in the way it asked you to enter data. We literally spent 15 minutes entering something before we realized you didn't have to show your work on this one example when you did on the previous one. Took us about an hour and a half to get through one lesson. We then took the pretest. I say we because I sat with them the whole time learning about polynomials, which I hadn't seen in years. Passed that pretest 100%. It was only 5 questions. And then we got to the actual test. 2 of the questions pertained to the lesson that I had just viewed. The other 3 did not. And then when you fail, it erases all of your progress, sends you back to the lesson that you just did. There are no changes in that lesson. It is a waste of time. And then you get sent back to that test, and it turns into a very vicious cycle. Not only that, but while we're going through that process, kids are supposed to be working at grade level or above, and it's supposed to challenge them. Or if they're behind, it's supposed to catch them up. The problem is that my son is in geometry, and he's starting to get presented with trigonometry, and he's getting a grade on that. So how is he supposed to be responsible for all of those things? It's taking 20 minutes of valuable instruction time away from teachers when they could actually be teaching the subject he's there to learn. And my son isn't alone. One child I heard had spent 5 hours on a lesson and came to her teacher in absolute tears out of sheer frustration. I'm concerned because this is a waste of money, it's a waste of instructional time. Teachers are already stretched, we have other places to spend this money, and we're actually stressing people out, and it's just really not productive. What I'm asking is that you fix the system, that we don't have grades that are tied directly to the progress that the children are making in this system, and that if they're working at grade level, they don't continue.
Thank you very much for your public comment. I believe staff has already been in contact with you and are moving that forward. Thank you. Okay, Tiffany, the individuals who I called earlier, yes, come on through. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Stephen Phillips. I'm here today to express my concerns, grievances, and experience in regard to the SPED department. As a former CCSD SPED student, class of 2001, today I stand before you as a software engineer with 20 years of experience in the field, a CPS family court corruption advocate, guardianship court, probate court corruption advocate, common law, U.S. common court law advocate, and constitutional law advocate, SPED student advocate, and alternative media personality, podcaster, and content creator. Now, you might think that these accomplishments are all due to CCSD and the CCSD SPED program, but you would be wrong. This is simply not the case. Let me explain. In 2017, as an adult, I decided I wanted to go back to school, finish getting the 2.5 credits I was short from getting my high school diploma. When I got my transcripts, according to the records department, they were claiming I had only 2.5 credits earned. This was completely false, as I had kept all my records, my transcripts, and I was able to get those corrected. Had this not been the case, I would have been screwed. It makes me wonder how many other students this was done to, and was it intentional? The second thing I want to point out is that during my advocacy for a CCSD student whom I tutor, this student's father asked my help. He asked my help for him to apply his son for the IEP SPED program. During the first Zoom telehearing, I was appalled and disgusted to hear those holding the hearing from the SPED department try to get this father to agree to cover the costs of the freaking evaluation out of pocket by the neurologist. And I quote, "Do you agree to pay out of pocket for the medical evaluation of your son?" That was the first thing they said to him. Fortunately, I had already explained to him his rights and that the state was obligated to pay for it. I helped their son with his English. I also did the immigration translations for the paperwork for his son and his freaking wife to become citizens. And you sit here and you claim to be about equity and equality, and yet you do this? Hypocrites. When I was at school, I was always stigmatized by everyone due to the fact that I was in the SPED program. And then I had an IEP. I was made to feel stupid and retarded by the stigma by my classmates and even some teachers. As a result, people have always underestimated me. Well, let me tell you something about us. We are not stupid. We are not invalids. We are a gift. These kids are a gift to humanity. And what do? You want to destroy it? Well, all of us here, we stand united. Enough. This ends here now, period. Full stop.
Stephen, Karen Wu. Is Karen Wu present, or James Phipps? Amanda Riel.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karen Wu for the record. To start off, I'd like to quickly provide more clarity on the walkout at Clark High School last week. Us students exercised our constitutional right to protest and partook in a peaceful demonstration against the unfair pay of our teachers. This was during a non-instructional period, and none of our teachers involved in any way. We took the utmost care to not disrupt class time. Unlike what a recent email sent to students during our 5th period last Friday would suggest, we did do our research and we do respect our school staff. I believe the real issue is whether the sender of this email feels the same, as his actions have not aligned with his words. Now, I'd like to address the NDE proposal to cut bus routes and change school start times. As a magnet student myself, I am in firm opposition of dropping magnet routes as it is entirely inequitable. A specialized education should not be reserved for only those privileged with other means of transportation. Getting to interact with bright peers from diverse backgrounds is what has made my own and so many others' magnet experiences so fulfilling. CCSD is already ranked second to last in terms of education quality across the country. Today, I simply ask that we do not contribute to further decreases by moving forward with this. Finally, let's talk about the expansion from 2 miles to 5 miles for a walk zone. I'm sure we have plenty of parents in the room today. Would any of you let your child walk 5 miles alone? Thank you. On average, it takes around 20 minutes to walk 1 mile. Assuming they don't slow down from being tired, that would mean students could spend over 3 hours, 100 minutes each way, walking a day. Besides being the biggest waste of time I've ever heard of, this is also extremely unsafe. Students, especially from certain schools, could face at least one, if not all, of the following: a lack of side or crosswalks, dangerous areas, poor weather, and with later proposed start times and extracurriculars, poor lighting as the sun sets. I really hope this sounds as ridiculous to you as it does to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wu. James and Amanda, not present. Okay, we're going to keep moving. Greg Van Houten and Norma Surlock. Is Norma here? In the other room? Okay. And Greg? Okay. We'll give him a chance. They'll give them a chance to come up. In the meantime, I'll ask if Greg Seymour is in the room. Greg, followed by Jenny Carroll, and Autumn Tampa.
Good evening, Board. I want to start out by saying I stand in full and complete agreement with Pastor John Amanchukwu. It's about time we stand up and put an end to this nonsense, and that's exactly what it is. For the record, my name is Greg Seymour. I'm a lead pastor of Calvary Red Rock here in Nevada. I'm also co-founder of American Christian Caucus. I come as a voice representing literally thousands of God-honoring, law-abiding Nevada citizens to voice and lament over what's being done to that which was created in God's image. Humankind, I'm speaking of, particularly, especially when it comes to our children. As a community, and we brought out the community today, we're gathered here to formally request that you repeal P5138. Clark County has 315-ish thousand students in the district, And according to current numbers, there's 317 who are on gender support plans. Implementing a policy that only serves 0.10% of Clark County students reveals how absolutely agenda-driven this policy is. Section 4, Part H, numbers 1, 2, and 3, covering restrooms, lockers, and overnight field trips, do not protect the privacy and well-being of the 99+% of the rest of the students. It's insanity. For some reason, basic biology has been taken out of the Clark County School District policy, and regulations instead are focusing on societal constructs of gender. The rating of our school district is a direct reflection of our school board. When our school board has a difficult time understanding basic biology, then how can our students know any different? While you may try to counter that 0.10% of student population, how they shouldn't be a threat, we know this is only the beginning. We know this is an agenda you have. As long as we stay silent and don't get involved in our students' academic activities, you're going to continue to indoctrinate our children into believing these lies by bringing in so-called vetted professionals to talk to kids about how they feel, what they identify as, and you will continue to bring explicit pornographic reading material such as Flamer, which you didn't allow him to read out of, but our students can read it, All Boys Aren't Blue, and the like to elementary libraries for children of all ages to read. As long as we are silent and don't fight against the injustice that is happening to the mental state of our children, then you will be able to implement anything you want, but that is not going to be the case. That's not going to be the case. We, as members of the Clark County community, as registered voters who voted you in, ask that you repeal P5138. Thank you for hearing me.
Moving on to Norma. Norma, come on up.
Hi, I'm Norma Skurlock, and I had my speech all written here, but then on my way here, I got a notification. Is Jara still on the line?
Please continue your public comment.
Is Jara still on the line?
Please continue your public
because
comment.
Jara has made another comment that we are terrorists. We are not the ones trying to manipulate and pervert children. We are not the ones giving sex hormones behind the parents' backs. We are Christians with family values and morals. What we are is a Christian army, and God will hand down his wrath on all of you for these decisions you're making to harm these children. Now, my real speech. My friend is a longtime teacher in this school district. She had a child that wore an inappropriate item, and she emailed the mother, and the mother called her. The mother talked to the boy. The boy was so angry, he threw his phone at her. She didn't press charges, but she got called into the office after a couple days and was charged with gender identity bullying. Gender identity bullying. It's ridiculous. So she hired a lawyer, and she brought in a senator, and she got acquitted of all of those things because it was a lie. Yes, thank goodness. So kids, if you're listening to this, do not trust any adults that's telling you not to listen to your parents. I hate when they sit in front of us here with smug looks on their face like they are better than all of us. They don't pay attention to what we say. They look at us smugly like we don't even matter. They're trying to separate us from our kids. The DEI, which really means death, is communism. This is meant to break up families. Why else would they tell the teachers and kids not to tell the parents? Why so secret? Why would you try to take the rights of parents to decide what's best for their kids? Why does CCSD hide behind 5138? I understand why they're doing this. If all the children believe they're gay or trans, there won't be any more children. There won't be any more families. This is a satanic cult. And we could see from her picture that she had standing up there. It's a satanic cult. This has got to stop. Our children need to be learning math, reading, writing, and this radical liberal agenda is stopping that. Schools are interested in pushing mutilation and perversion instead of true education. Governor Lombardo, where the heck are you? You said you would protect our children. Why didn't you veto this? We voted for you. We won't be voting for you again. I can guarantee you that. God, I ask you today to please take the blinders off of them and let them see and be brave and courageous teachers. And
Very good. Thank you very much. That is your time. Greg Van Holten, did he come through? Greg? Is Greg here? Okay. Greg is not present. Tiffany Bermal? Tiffany, you've already, Tiffany? Oh, thank you, Tiffany.
That's okay. All right. Good evening. I'm Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. And really quickly, in reference to the presentation earlier, Clark High School starts at 8:04, which is after 8 o'clock. Tonight, however, I would like to talk about sick days. I am in year 19 of my career and have over 200 sick days accrued. Teachers are in a very sticky spot because we get a ton of sick days every year and one flex day. With this one flex day, we can do whatever we want. We can take an extra day on a 3-day weekend or a random Wednesday off just because. But our sick days are very specific. If my car breaks down, there's not a day off code for that for teachers. I have no way to code that in the system. I can't take a sick day for that for fear of the witch hunts that are happening at our school sites. And believe you and me, they are happening right now, every day. The sick day system should be looked at and adjusted. Teachers cannot predict when they will need to take a day off to schedule repairs for the problems in their homes, cars, etc. It's a very difficult situation because we do not have personal days if we use our sick days. We have 1 day in our 9 months of employment to use for whatever. The rest must be coded specifically as sick, and we are now being grilled by our colleagues at our school sites if we dare take our earned sick days. This is happening. It happened on Monday to a colleague in my department. It shouldn't matter if they stayed home with their sick child, or they had this nasty flu bug that's going around, or they needed a mental health day. Taking 1 day off is not cause for alarm, yet they were grilled in the parking lot for 30 minutes beyond contract by another teacher trying to earn brownie points for some strange unknown reason. Teacher sick time needs to be reviewed and potentially changed to PTO, similar to what county employees earn and receive, especially now that we can no longer buy out our last year of work with our sick days before retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Those items are negotiated with the bargaining unit. Just be mindful of that. Janique Carroll, Autumn Tampa, Vicky Krydell. Janie?
Yes, hi. My name is Jeannie Carroll for the record. In love, dear school board trustees, I'm a concerned grandmother of 3 and a graduate of the public school systems. I come to before you to make a plea about truth, identity, and textbooks. I missed out on the truth, identity, and the richness and power and glory of God by not having a public education whereby the Holy Bible was not used as a textbook to teach true science, identity, and history. The Holy Bible answers, who am I, what am I here for, who is God, and what is true love? All scripture is breathed out by God and profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and for training in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, equipped for every good work. In a unanimous decision, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the centrality of the Bible in U.S. schools, penning these remarkable words. Why may not the Bible, especially the New Testament, without note or comment, be read and taught as a divine revelation in the school, its general precepts expounded, and its glorious principles of morality inculcated? Where can the purest principles of morality be learned so clearly or so perfectly as from the New Testament? Where are benevolence, the love of truth, sobriety, and industry so powerfully and irresistibly inculcated as in the sacred volume, U.S. Supreme Court, Vidal versus Gerard, Executor, 1844. It is for by, wait a minute, let me see. So that in science, which is in science, the state of knowledge, the state of knowing or knowledge, according to Webster's dictionary, that God declaring the end from the beginning and from the ancient times, things not yet done. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. God made from one blood every nation of men to dwell on all the face of the earth. We are all cousins, descendants of Adam and Eve, so that we should seek the Lord in the hope that they might grope for him and find him, though he is not far from each of us. For in him we live, for we are also his offspring. That purity is a gift from from God, which protects children and young adults from STDs and unwanted pregnancies, abstinence from sex before marriage, defining marriage between one man and one woman, then the rib which the Lord God had taken from man, he made into a woman, and he brought her to the man. And Adam said that this is now bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. Behold, children are a heritage from the Lord. The fruit of the womb is a reward. Do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, that neither fornicators, nor adulterers, nor homosexuals, nor sodomites, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners will inherit the kingdom of God. The good news is that for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved.
Thank you. Moving on to Autumn Tampa. Are you present? Vicki Cridell, and then Derek Sheets. Autumn, welcome.
Autumn Tampa, speaking as an individual. Right now, I don't know if I want to burst into tears because I feel deeply, deeply concerned. I was highly encouraged by seeing a lot of community members here, and I feel like I am not truly accepted for who I am, and that I'm afraid to speak what I believe because it might be different than the people sitting in the audience. And that breaks my heart, because if I feel afraid, I wonder how children feel afraid. I believe in the Constitution of the United States of America, which talks about freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of a lot of things, which I'm not going to quote. Thank you for laughing at me. I did not laugh at you. But that is rude, disrespectful, and bullying of people who are calling themselves Christians. And it breaks my heart.
Excuse me.
Okay. Well, it concerns me because what's going on right now is going on and impacting our schools. It's impacting this meeting, which is supposed to be a business meeting for constructive things. And while I agree with some of the things that the parents said here tonight, I don't agree with the bullying tactics by CCEA, by this group of people, because that doesn't teach children tolerance. It doesn't teach them acceptance or love.
Autumn.
Anyway, my concerns about the political atmosphere of this and the difficulties, because it's taken me 15 years to understand the politics. And as I've spoken over 15 years, I have never insulted anyone. I have never laughed at anyone, but I have been able to disagree with people respectfully, and I will continue to do that. And I almost left, but I said, you know what? I wanted to speak and say some things that are on my mind. And this culture that's in this room is impacting our schools because we're not working together. And I'd like to see more tolerance. I'd like to see more open-mindedness and open-heartedness for people who are different. And that's what I think the board is trying to do, and I thank you for that. But it's a difficult task, so good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Autumn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is pretty straightforward. Members of the audience, this is pretty straightforward. Excuse me, Ms. Tampa, I am going to ask you not to engage, and I'm going to ask the audience not to engage. If you don't know how, if you have a hard time with that, please allow yourself to leave this room. Ms. Cridell?
Good evening, Vicki Cridell for the record. I work at an amazing magnet school in the far eastern part of Las Vegas Valley. And what's most amazing about Lomi G. Hurd, besides our spectacular team, is the absolutely beautiful, diverse group of students who come to us for their learning. Many of our kids ride CCSD buses to and from school daily to have an opportunity to take things like coding and robotics. About a week ago, I started to see things online about proposed busing changes. It took me a few days to figure out the source of the graphics, and I read that it was proposing cutting buses for magnets and increasing the radius to 5 miles to qualify for busing. I had to go find an article I'd read recently about the Board of Education wanting to change start times, including CCSD's promise to challenge that requirement. After a bit of digging, I was able to put together the pieces of what's really going on with the discussion-only item we saw tonight. By the time I figured it out, staff at my school were getting worried, and we were getting questions from families about this item. Let's be clear. We do now know what's really going on with the messaging. You see, what might seem like an innocent way to make a point to you all can have far-reaching negative effects on our families. Our families may not be able to so easily navigate through what was really going on with these decisions and how they may be implemented and which discussions are being had simply to make a larger point to the State Board of Education. If magnets were really losing busing, it would disenfranchise our poorest families. Even the possibility of this change would result in many families not even applying to attend magnet schools because of the possibility that they would apply for something that wouldn't work out for them. This is recruiting season for our magnet schools. To keep our programs robust and growing, we need families to trust us. With this tactic, the trust in the district is harmed. Leading with a positive communication strategy with full transparency is a better option. What happened with this plants the idea that busing may not be available and will discourage some families from even applying, and that would be a real tragedy. Please think about that in the future when considering the messaging that we're doing. Thank you.
Derek, present, and I believe Greg Van Holten, is he here? Did he make it over to the room? Okay. Derek?
Yes, thank you. Derek Sheets. For the record, my concern is regarding Policy 5138, which seeks to further the agenda of gender expressions, identities, and establish gender support teams and gender support plans led by school administrators. The danger is that CCSD is a state agency, and this policy would insert the state, the school, or another official in between the parent and the child, and usurps the role of the parent. The state is not the parent, the school is not the parent is the parent. Mandates are not laws, and laws do not dictate morality. Morality is what dictates culture and policy, and morality is founded on truth. Not your truth, not my truth, but the truth. This is a call to repeal 5138. 5138, Section 4, Option 2 states, students with diverse gender identities have the right to access restrooms or locker rooms or participate in overnight field trips consistent with their gender identity. Children of the opposite sex do not belong together in secluded areas where there is a reasonable expectation of privacy. Children of the opposite sex should not be allowed to have observation or interaction while using the restroom in proximity of dressing or undressing or possibly the sharing of bunking quarters, nor should this be facilitated by the school. This is grossly inappropriate, opens the doors to perversity, and raises major safety concerns. Section 7 has a brief description regarding disciplinary actions against staff or students for use of pronouns. This does not define what that discipline will be, but leaves room to be built upon for future use. This appears to be much like a Trojan horse in that this stratagem can be lying in wait just to be used later to punish teachers who do not go along with this gender confusion ideology. According to the Nevada Globe, Nevada ranks 49th in education attainment, 47th in literacy rate, and 49th in dropout rate. There are students who cannot read nor write, and yet we want to facilitate the policy-driven curriculum changes that emphasize gender ideology. This counsel would be poisonous. Likewise, this counsel of confusion being forced on children will lead to destruction. No matter what an individual does to their outward appearances, it will never change their God-given chromosomes. If you don't care about someone, you can give them bad counsel, or you can simply tell them what they want to hear. But if you truly care about someone, you tell them the truth, and the truth is not afraid of cross-examination. There are only two genders. God created the male and female and blessed them and called them mankind in the day of creation, Genesis 5:1. When you idolize sexuality, you will ultimately misuse other people. You will subject others to your own limited desires, and you yourself will never truly be content. This goes beyond sexuality, however. This is influencing children to embrace ideas of medical procedures to chemically and physically castrate themselves based on grooming influences or in accordance with the whim of passing time or season in their life. This is an agenda that seeks to steal a generation, to pervert children, to cause children to turn away from what is right, to corrupt children from what is true. And this ideology uses indoctrination, grooming, and confusion to do so. This is playing with fire. It will ravage the mind. It will lead to permanently disfiguring someone through puberty blockers and then mutilation. And once that part of the body is gone, it is gone forever. These ideas don't come from God, for God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. The Bible says that a time will come when right will become wrong and wrong will become right. Our battle in this generation now lies within the realm of ideas, within the realm of what counsel we choose to accept or reject. Transgender ideology runs contrary to biblical truth, and we will adhere to the truth of God's word. This can all be summarized to two concepts: obedience or disobedience to God. You are made in the image of God, and God loves you, but he is not going to honor rebellion against him. Take God seriously. You are.
Thank you. The policy being referenced in public comment 5138 was approved in 2018 after the state law required it. Moving on to Elizabeth Alder. Demetrius Verete, and Brandon Summers. If you're here, please come on up. It is not your time for public comment. If you need to wait until your time. Are you?
What's the NRS that says that you have to implement that? Yes. That's true. That's true.
I'm not going to engage with you. If you choose to share that during your public comment, you're welcome to when it's your turn.
I have nothing to share. I don't know what NRS you're citing.
Did you submit a yellow card?
No, I didn't.
Then you're not in the queue. And at this point in time, it is not time.
You don't know the law, the policy you're
Ladies and, excuse me, security, can we ask this woman who's in the hoodie to step out of the room? Please escort her out. She's having a hard time.
She does not know her own policy or law.
Are you? Excuse me, before you begin public comment, I just want to I need to remind the audience, this is a public meeting. You all have been given these sheets that provide information about meeting decorum for public comment. If you have a difficult time adhering to these guidelines and continue to interrupt a public meeting, we will ask you to leave. Thank you. Please do not point at anybody. I'm just asking the audience to please adhere to public comment. If you have a very difficult time with that, I'm going to ask you to leave. You continue to interrupt a business meeting, and it makes it challenging to hear the people who signed up in advance are patiently waiting. Demetrius, please go ahead. Forgive me, we need to turn on your mic. Thank you.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, please go ahead.
My name is Demetrius Veretti, and this is in regards to Policy 5138 to be repealed, addressing the rights and needs of students with diverse gender identities and expressions. There are a facet of cases and reasons that the parents and legal guardians should be concerned about this policy. One case that we all might be aware of that took place in Virginia of 2021, where a juvenile court judge ruled a transgender teen was guilty of sexually assaulting a classmate that was a 15-year-old girl. According to the Commonwealth attorney, the teenager is accused of two separate incidents that happened in that month, apart from different locations in that county of Loudoun County high schools. According to Fox 5, the teen was wearing an ankle monitor for the prior assault at the Stone Bridge when he allegedly forced the girl into an empty classroom, groped her at a new school. Another incident that took place in 2021 that was recently brought to light this year, a sixth grader at ASK Academy Charter School in Rio Rancho, New Mexico, was allegedly raped inside the girl's bathroom by an older biological male. And he noticed the student, Ray, the victim, she was washing her hands, didn't particularly notice the student's sex or not aware of his gender identity. But before she knew it, the male student walked over to her, pinned her against the counter, wrestled her to the floor. After hitting her in the head, he allegedly held her down, ripped her pants, and raped her. Maggie, the victim's mother, stated, We learned that kids were pledging allegiance to the pride flag instead of the American flag, Maggie said. We learned that some teachers were discussing daily the normalcy of transgender people and gender dysphoria. Ray, who is now 17, said the school fostered an ideological far-left culture with left little room for dissent. She says she felt pressured by teachers and faculty to accept the presence of men in women's spaces, to keep her mouth shut about feelings of discomfort, and to avoid doing anything that would be construed as judging someone who might identify as transgender. So why do I bring this up? When we make these policies the norm, we unequivocally cause life-devastating repercussions. It is our duty and responsibility as parents and guardians to protect our children, especially against new age sexualism, is nothing more than an extreme form of child abuse. It's as a father, as parents, as guardians, it is our responsibility to equip our children morally, ethically, spiritually to have a prosperous future and to add value to the fellow man. But that depends on the decisions that we make today in this world, in this room, as we lead to an outcome of a better tomorrow. Our kids are counting on us to make good, moral, righteous decisions for their well-being and future. But this policy is not for well-being. This is for their destruction.
Is Elizabeth Alder in the room? Elizabeth Alder or Brandon Summers? Brandon Summers, Elizabeth Alder. Are you Elizabeth? Nope, Elizabeth's not here. Okay. Or Brandon Summers. We'll give them a second in case they're in the overflow room. Oh, Brandon. Heck.
Ready? All right. Good evening, everybody. Brandon Summers for the record. I'm a substitute teacher. I've been subbing since 2016. Just like to say that this year is challenging, just like the previous years have been. We're still doing we're dealing with the critical staffing shortage. 1,300 licensed teachers are. That's how bad we're short, and it's definitely not it's not equitable where it's happening. Definitely North Las Vegas schools and East Las Vegas schools. I'll get back to that, but I wanted to talk about substitute pay structure. I know in the legislature, the CCSD and also Washoe County opposed giving subsidies for substitute teachers who are working in vacancies. And I think that's a mistake. And even though that happened at the legislative level, I think that CCSD can still do something about that. There's nothing stopping CCSD from spending some money to make sure that permanent subs, vacancy subs are taken care of so that they can have PERS, health insurance, and all those kind of things, especially if they're in the classroom doing all the same duties as licensed teachers. Also, there's a recent update that several schools had an increase for sub pay. In the Transformation Network, subs can make $225 a day at 23 schools. These are all elementary schools, and at certain middle and high schools, subs can make $215 a day. And I know I know that's a big jump compared to what it was previously. I know for the max for a sub right now at a Title I school is $150 a day for a day-to-day assignment, and for a long-term assignment, it's $180 a day. And my thing is, why can't we just increase the pay for subs across the board? I don't think that's unreasonable given the supply and demand and the issues that we're having with shortages. So just take that into consideration. I didn't really come here to like start a fight or yell at you guys. I just want to say, just consider that subs are still working. They're still crucial to schools running safely and securely, and we should consider giving subs a pay increase. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give Elizabeth Elder or Greg Van Holten a chance to provide public comment in case, nope. Okay, we're going to move on and to with individuals who submitted yellow cards. Leslie Quinn, followed by Jamie Trudinsky, followed by Robin Carpenter. Leslie?
Age. Can I put this right here?
Yeah. Good.
My name is Leslie Quinn, and the first question I have is, what is the NRS you referenced in regards to P5138? If you can please mention that, that would be very important. My next thing is, why is the CCSD agenda so focused on destroying the innocence of our children instead of proper education in math, reading, writing, science, history, finance, civics, home economics, or music? I can mention more if that's not enough for you to do. CCSD public schools rank lowest in the nation, yet CCSD leadership uses whatever means to shift attention away from what they are not doing for Nevadan children. The focus is on the sexualization of our children when it should be on top-notch education of Nevadan children, taking care of existing quality teachers, and hiring more of the same. During the 82nd legislative session, plenty of monies were voted in to do just that. Besides the governor's signed budget on an additional $250 million, SB 231, was allocated for teacher salaries for each of the school years of 23-24 and 24-25. Yet CCSD teachers are striking. Why? Stop with the squirrel tactics. CCSD trustees, Nevada parents are sick and tired of them. Children are not property, and they don't belong to you. It used to be if a parent exposed their children to the sexuality and pornography found in the public school library today, they would risk losing their children. Today, we live in an opposite world where parents who stand up for their children are called domestic terrorists for protecting their children's innocence. Standing up for our children is not a political party, special interest group, or government thing. It's an our children do not belong to any of you thing. Children are not property. They do not belong to CCSD, government, or special interest groups. This Nevadan mom and children says loud and clear to all of you, stop the pedophile grooming of our children immediately. Remove and stop spending public funds on the pornographic books in the public school library. Respect parents protecting their children's innocence. Our children are humans, not animals. Stop educating them as if they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, Jamie Trudinsky, followed by Robin Carpenter and Jeremy Heckler.
I feel like we're like a tent revival tonight, not a board meeting.
Mr. Trudinsky.
It's really easy to stand here and claim to be a pastor, to be a person of God, and to use religion to hurt others and justify hate. It's what's wrong with a lot of mainstream Christianity today. I grew up in the church, went to a religious college, and have a degree in religious studies. I know my way around the Bible and other holy books of world religions. One of my favorite verses comes from the book of Esther, chapter 4, verse 14. You were born for such a time as this. God spoke to Queen Esther as she had a decision to make. To protect her people meant putting herself in danger, but she believed she was placed there in such a time to help. She was born to deliver. I'm not a biblical Jewish queen. I am a history teacher in Clark County. I'm a good one. I'm a reading specialist with a library endorsement. I'm a 4-year member of the school organization team, and I've been celebrated nationally for my contributions to education. I'm a STUCO and Key Club and Model UN advisor, yet some people in this room tonight would have you believe that because I'm part of the LGBTQ community, that I'm less than, that I'm a danger or some kind of monster. Those who scream and shout about grooming and books they've never read have also never made a heartbreaking call to CPS, like I have. They've never paid for a student to go on a field trip they couldn't afford, like I have. They don't have a list of food allergies in their desk to provide safe snacks, like I have. They've never written a recommendation for a first-generation high school graduate, like I have. What they have done is become the very monsters they scream about, directly harming gender-diverse students with their hate, their lies, and their venom. Pushing someone back into a closet doesn't make someone less gay, or less trans, or less non-binary. Screaming Bible verses while you actively harm kids doesn't make you a good Christian, or a good parent, or a good person. There are people in this room who should be ashamed of who they are, but they aren't the queer ones who have been made to fear for their lives. I'm not ashamed of who I am or that my school knows who I am. I was made for such a time as this to make sure that hate doesn't win and that our students know they are seen, they are valid, they are worthy, and they are loved.
Stop assaulting people.
They're not supposed to assault the people here. Talking to you is what they're supposed to be doing. You're not following the rules.
Would you like to run this board meeting? Sure, why not? Would you like to come up here and board the board meeting?
Probably get more done than you.
please state your name for the record?
Hi there, good evening. My name is Robin Carpenter. I am a proud professional teacher librarian in the Clark County School District. My message tonight is for our students and families from the libraries and librarians in your schools. Despite the bigoted and hateful rhetoric you may have heard at this board meeting or at any other, we want you to know that all students are safe and respected in their school libraries. Your librarians will not malign, marginalize, or mischaracterize you, your families, your culture, or your community, no matter what that is. What we will do is give you a space where you can be your true and authentic self, find books and other resources that encourage you to explore your own academic and personal interests and information needs, and provide you with literature and resources that reflect and honor the lives of people from wide and diverse backgrounds. Literature is a powerful tool for building empathy, understanding, and compassion in our students, and as we can see, the world could use a lot more of that. Referencing the work of Dr. Rudine Sims Bishop, the organization Reading is Fundamental writes, "Books are sometimes windows, offering views of worlds both real and imagined, familiar or strange. Windows are also sliding glass doors, allowing us to walk through in our imagination and become a part of another, less familiar world. And when the lighting conditions are just right, a window can also be a mirror. Literature can transform the human experience and reflect it back to us so that we can see our own lives and experiences as part of the larger human experience. Reading then becomes a means of self-affirmation." Students, the board approved and continues to support you via CCSD policies 5138, 6150, and 6161. The superintendent recently signed a pledge with Defense of Democracy, which assures you that he and this district will actively protect all members of this community, particularly those facing attack from extremist groups. The librarians in your schools have your backs. Be confident in who you are and know that we will all continue standing up for you. Thank you.
If you have a hard time, ladies and gentlemen, this is a business meeting. There's so many reminders that I can ask of you to please be mindful that this is a board meeting. You don't need to be responding to anyone's public comment. Thank you very much. Can you please state your name for the record? Are you Jeremy?
Yes.
Welcome.
My name is Jeremy Heckler, for the record. I'm the teacher librarian at J.T. McWilliams Elementary School. As my colleagues and I can attest, school libraries are hubs for our school communities. I can spend time talking about school libraries and can discuss what they are and what they lack, but I'd rather share a few stories about teachers and students and books. I want to share with you how a child's love of books as first graders caused them to run to grab their library cards, to find books about pigeons and interrupting chickens and a groovy cat named Pete. They listen to stories and hear the words come alive and make them want to go and check out each book they come to. As they grow, they pick books and graphic novels with a dog man or a wimpy kid. They look for books that have characters that look like them or talk about their history and their culture. There are stories about super soakers, and they answer more about where they come from and how they can make their world bigger. The challenge has always been giving our children the tools to keep seeing themselves and developing that wonder so they want to see more and do more. The biggest disappointment of my career as a librarian is seeing a student hand me a library card without a book because they can't find something that interests them. No story to fill their soul. At every grade level, I have been a teacher librarian. I have found that it is my patrons, my students, who shape the libraries of the communities they live in. It is our responsibility to give them the tools and things they need, not only to be outstanding students, but to be the dreamers and leaders and lovers of knowledge, to be curious, to feel a part of the community they live in, and to make it a better one. I ask you as a board to continue to support the work of my colleagues and give them the resources they need to build a diverse library that ensures that no student will hand them a library card for lack of something to grow their world.
Thank you. Jenna Robertson, Cecily, no last name, David Childers, and Grace Trujillo. We have Jenna. Oh, thank you.
Our librarians are amazing. President Garcia Morales, Superintendent Jara, I hope you're still on the line. Members of the board, my name is Jenna Robertson. I'm a mom of 3 current CCSD students, and I'm a special education advocate here in Clark County. We are a group of parents who support our kids. And working with a group like Nevada Alliance for Student Diversity, what amazes me is we can have a group of parents gather together to celebrate their kids when it's not popular, it's not politically looked upon happily at the moment. It's scary. It is scary right now to be the parent of a trans kid in Clark County. I want to tell you, we know that our gender diversity policy is protected. It's protected by law, SB 225. It's protected by Nevada statute. We know that even if you guys wanted to change the gender diversity policy right now, you couldn't. It is law. It's protected, and we're grateful for it. We're grateful that the Nevada Department of Education gives every district and every charter school in Nevada the opportunity to make a policy that matches their regulations or can exceed it. And Clark County, I don't want anybody on this board, I don't want our superintendent listening, I hope, to pat yourselves on the back, because you're doing the bare minimum to protect our trans kids. Washoe does it better. And I know, it's not popular, I'm telling you. Washoe does it better. Here's an example why. The language in the Washoe Policy Regulation 5161 under Rights and Protections, the names and pronouns says, a student is not required to change his or her official school record or obtain a court-ordered name or gender change in order to be addressed at school by the name and pronoun which corresponds to their gender identity. Such a request may be made by the student. Oh my God! The student can ask you to change their name? Wow. Or by the parent or guardian. That's Washoe. CCSD's Equity and Diversity Department tells teachers and parents that ask that a student can only be called the name in Infinite Campus, and a parent must initiate any change through a gender diversity plan. While Washoe policy says, quote, using the student's declared name and pronoun promotes the safety and well-being of a student, a CC Equity and Diversity employee told an educator, quote, we have to protect the district from lawsuits. Who's protecting kids? CCSD, thank you. Thank you for having this gender diversity policy. Thank you for protecting our kids. So we get to pick and choose who yells at people speaking.
Excuse me, Jenna, excuse me. Your time is paused. Please wait. Please wait. This is a business meeting. No matter who's speaking up there, everyone who speaks will have the same level of respect that's extended to them. I don't want to hear any more cheers or boos when there are comments that you don't agree with. Okay, because there are people in this room who also don't agree with you, and they're not booing you. If you have a hard time with that, you're having difficulties sitting through a business meeting, then either you can leave or we can ask you to leave. It's pretty straightforward. Jenna, please continue.
To date, there are no known lawsuits against Washoe for honoring a student-requested name and pronoun change in their schools. None. CCSD says they're afraid of lawsuits. Be better. Please be better for our kids.
Thank you, Jenna.
Thank you.
Thank you for those ideas. Cecily, David, Cecily. Thank you. David Childers and Grace Trujillo, followed by John Carlo.
Hi. I do have a CCSD student. My student is not transgender. Neither of my kids are. I don't have skin in this game, but I think it's important that people like me who care about other people stand up and speak to it, because I think we've proven why we need a policy and why maybe we even need to strengthen the policy as Jenna recommended today. Because if there's this amount of animosity, if there's this amount of threats, hates being spewed at people outside, we need our schools to be a true safe space for these kids. It's not about protecting children. It's about protecting all children, especially kids who are getting the blunt end of such hate. And that is important. And I think that that needs to be addressed. And I think that maybe we need to be listening to people with skin in the game a little more, rather than people who are actually just throwing hate to people that they don't know, that they don't have contact with, people that they obviously don't understand nor care to understand. And I think it's really important that we take these concerns more seriously, because obviously we've got a big, strong pushback. These people are going after a law, a policy that's 5 years old. Why are they doing it now? Why are they doing it now? Because they didn't care until somebody ginned up their anger and until they decided they would be a mob. We need to protect these kids from the mob. Okay? That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, David. David, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, please wait until it is your turn for public comment. Otherwise, would you like to say something else, sir? Would you like to say something else? Please wait your turn. I know you've submitted a yellow public card. Please wait your turn. David, please continue.
Madam President, board members, Dr. Jara, if he's...
Miss, I'm sorry, David, please pause your time. Jenna, I'm gonna...
Turn around and yell at us in the audience and say, your kid is crazy. That's okay. Why do you let this happen in board meetings? Why do you let this happen in board meetings?
I'm gonna ask if any members of the audience has safety concerns to please find security or school police. We will not tolerate any poor behavior in this business meeting. And for all intent and purposes, the only individual who should be speaking is the individual who's waited patiently for their turn to speak on the podium. If it is not your turn, please refrain from speaking. Thank you. David, please continue.
Madam President and board members, General Counsel, Dr. Jara. My name is Pastor David Childers. I am a almost lifelong member of Las Vegas. Lincoln Elementary for my grade school, Jim Bridger Junior High for junior high school, and then Rancho High School, where I was privileged to serve as student body president last century in 1976 when I graduated. And I care deeply about what I'm seeing here tonight. I don't know how much the board agrees with the law that got passed, 5138. You probably were forced into the position that you're at right now. Last time I was here, I met with Dr. Brian Cram, then the head of the school district, and we worked out negotiated a deal where I could buy land And the elementary school behind us bought the back part, and we bought the front part, and we worked out a deal. And there's a lot of animosity here. And I know that the side that I'm on, which is against 5138, is very vocal. I'm just wondering if there's some way that we could get together and discuss things and try to work something out. And I think you have my phone number on the little yellow card. I am siding with Bill Maher as I close my time here. The famous not-so-conservative comedian, he said, "I'm so happy that when I was 10 and I wanted to be a pirate, my parents didn't take me down and have my leg cut off and put a peg and poke out an eye." He said, because I didn't really know what was right. And I don't know. I've not agreed with Bill Maher on most things, but I thought that was an interesting insight. I would like to see us somehow come to come to some agreement that makes sense for both sides. So give me a call, somebody. I'd like to talk.
Grace Trujillo, Grace, followed by John Carlo, and then Lorena Cardenas and Stephanie Kinsley.
Hi, good evening. My name is Grace Trujillo. I am a boy mom. So there's a lot of talks about emotions and a lot of talks about rights, but I just want to focus on the kids and the education. First and foremost, what is the basic of education? What is the definition? In general, knowledge, skills through reasoning and judgment, preparing kids, oneself and others intellectually for a mature life. Education is vital for personal growth and development to prepare individuals for the workforce. It contributes to social and economic mobility linked to higher salaries and job opportunities. Where does it came from? The word Greek, eduser, educare, to lead out, to train, not focus on mentor and counsel. The school is not a mental institution, it's not a medical facility, it is for learning. Our youth's formal education in school should provide them with tools, guidance, support, and opportunities to learn and grow knowledge and skills they can utilize as they move and develop intellectually and to succeed. Let's look at the data. Let's be practical. The stats on education, let's put it in the world. USA. There's a tool that they do every 3 years, PISA. You know how do we rank a USA? For being an affluent country? 22nd. Our score, 495. That's very embarrassing. That's in the data pandas. Let's look at the IQ. IQ, 97.43. That's 29. So what does that tell us? That's so embarrassing. I mean, China's more intellectual than us. That's what it's saying. In 2022, when Governor Lombardo said he's going to make the education his priority, we're ranked 49. You know what's we're ranked now? 46. What's that tell us? Nevada is like 46 out of 50. You know, reading and math is declining for 13 years olds. If you look at NAEP report, I can give you all these stats. Let's just look at stats. Let's look at science. Reading and math declining in 4th and grade school. You know, even in high schools, the average American graduates 7th year in just reading alone. Let's not even look at writing in science. This is embarrassing. The point there is help our kids to be successful. Do not dumb them down. So when someone asks you, you're from Nevada, our kids will perceive us learned, trained, eloquent citizens, not like being embarrassed. Let's not label this as a propaganda schools, but an educated Nevadians. Okay, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, the function of education is to teach one to think intensively, critically. Intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education. Like, if we go back to Galileo, if I were
Thank you. Giancarlo, your time is up. Thank you. Lorena Cardenas, followed by Stephanie Kinsley. Giancarlo?
Hey, board, it's been almost over a year since I've been here. Have you missed me? I missed you guys. Believe me, I have, and I've been wanting to say that there is one thing I do thank the board for, and that's trying to vote out Dr. Jara. And I really do support that. We shouldn't give up on that. I want to see those campaign promises come true. But I would like to point out how you guys would like to censor the Confederate flag out of the public school system, but you will allow the transgender flag. And you see, that's the agenda that's being pushed. Actually, the first time I came to the Edward Greer this building here, there was a man with fingernails on his hands. We never seen that in the South. Never seen that in the South. That was totally beyond me. And I did stand here. I was mocked for praying, and I warned this school board, and I said, I will pray for God to send an earthquake if it's His will, because that's out of my control. Earthquakes out of my control. I was mocked, and sure enough, God sent an earthquake. Now check me. Check me. God sent an earthquake. And so God has a wrath. God could shake things very quickly. Our lives could change very quickly. We're all going to die one day. And I tell you, you will not get away with this. This transgender award that was given, Sarah Carrillo, and who this dude is friends with, I know all about it. Here, listen up. 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment. And hell is dark and is hot. It says here, and that He turned the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemned them with an overthrow, making them an example unto them that should live ungodly. That there is fire and brimstone at the end of someone's life, but that we all must turn to Jesus. And believe me, the Spanish people, we don't want this. We do not want this. You guys do not represent the true Hispanic people. For real. Anyways, I'm proud of everyone who came tonight. I stand with the teachers. I want them to have a raise. What else can I say? Just, guys, don't stop. And we must pray. Pray for God's judgment, for God to end this.
Lorena, Stephanie, and Christine Mensch. Christiane.
My name is Lorena Cardenas Biasotti. Regarding Trans Policy 5138, we're fully aware it was implemented in 2018. Unfortunately for you, the lockdowns unveiled your agenda. I think the first thing we have to recognize is that our youth is going through an epidemic of mental health, be it from social media propagating unrealistic expectations of beauty, of lifestyle, or be it a divisive social environment where what they see is certain races portrayed a certain way in movies, media coverage to fit certain narratives, even their own teachers sometimes claiming that their own country is evil, on stolen land, racist, or worse yet, be it a society that applauds single motherhood and promotes fatherless homes. Everywhere our kids turn, they are being fed toxic ideologies that create division and are leaving them feeling isolated and depressed. Gender identity is presented as emanating out of science and civil rights, but what you're really subscribing to is something so subjective that you can't even define it. There is no way to test for it, to measure it. There's no coherent description of the concept of gender identity. In the past few decades, there has been more understanding of brain development, and we know now that the frontal lobe of the brain doesn't fully develop until we are in our mid-20s. Democrat legislators here in Nevada were quick to point this out when they talked about gun rights for 18-year-olds, but ignored it completely when they argued for providing a 13-year-old puberty blockers. You don't have the right to affirm confusion in our children, especially when it's a topic as delicate as this one, a topic where any action or decision you take can lead to life-changing consequences that can render our child sterile, scarred, and mutilated. Sometimes love is saying no. We are not giving you permission to form a gender support plan for our child, which positioned our children down a dark and painful path. The hundreds of testimonies are growing every day. I urge you to go to transitionjustice.org and hear the stories of women and men who grew up and regretted it. How dare you call that love? Pronounce our cultural Marxism to reprogram our youth. You're trying to punish kids for believing their eyes, for believing the truth. There is no your truth or my truth. There is only the truth. Stop lying to children. By affirming gender dysphoria instead of treating it, you're normalizing mental illness. Pedophilia is also a mental illness. With so much inclusivity, why would you leave out pedophiles? Your progressive agenda seeks to destroy the nuclear family. Family and morals are the foundation of a civil society, not the one with men gyrating in makeup down our streets and attempting to get close to children in libraries. The civil society we have had for 2,000 years, and we will not allow you to progress the destruction of our family values. You have failed to reflect the voices of the community. When parents are scrambling to make ends meet to keep children away from public schools, you have failed them. Lastly, I say that that lovely lady citing Bible verses and all her achievements.
Stephanie Kinsley, no, Ms. Lorena, your time is up, and you have already given to. We will continue moving on. Ms. Kinsley, it's your turn, followed by Christine Mensch. Lorena. Can we please, security, can we please ask this woman to leave? Lorena, you can please ask this woman to leave the, thank you. No, actually, you don't have it. Security, please ask Lorena to leave. Lorena needs to be escorted out of this boardroom. It appears that she's having a difficult time leaving the room. Stephanie, come on up.
It's Stephanie Kinsley. I'm here from My Children's Advocate. We're a group of parents who really advocate for children and want to protect them. The reason I'm here speaking today is about your trans policy. If we can go above and beyond what I think we should do, since I have done some research into this, and I found that most trans children are autistic. Most of them have a mother with a mental disorder, usually like borderline personality disorder. You can see this with your own eyes. If you look around about the mothers you see with trans kids, they tend to be like, oh, my purple hair didn't get me enough attention. Like, let me use my kid. And it's really sad. So if we could go above and beyond, we should start investigating the homes that these trans children come from. Because it's really sad. Like, I can't imagine having a child born and then just saying, nope, you're wrong. You got to mutilate your body so that you can be happy. I would also like you guys to you guys have all the degrees. I'm just a little housewife from Kentucky. So if you could explain to me, since I understood how air worked and how the human body needs oxygen, and I fought against masks and I got kicked out of here because I wasn't masky enough, and I wouldn't. By the same people who are telling me men can get pregnant. So I just need some clarification because I'm just a girl, you guys. I'm just a little girl. And so is it just that you do what your boss tells you to, no matter if it makes no sense or not? Could any of you with science degrees and counseling backgrounds, could someone explain to me the benefit of telling children they're in the wrong body? Can somebody explain to me why it's good to give little boys puberty blockers, even though we know that they won't, their anatomy will not grow and they'll never have the big O that I'm not allowed to say here, but it's the top pleasure part of when you have intercourse. I'm not allowed to say it, but kids could read books about how to do it to themselves. I can't say the stuff up here that my kids could read in school, which is just blowing my mind. Again, I'm just a little girl. I didn't spend all the time in college getting indoctrinated, so I still think for myself. And it's not God that lets me know there's only two genders, it's science, but it is God that lets me know that we're winning this battle, because Yes, I do believe in God. That shouldn't scare you. It should be his belief in me that does. And I will be praying for, if any of you trans children out there can hear me, I'm so sorry. You're not in the wrong body. Your mother's just using you as a
Ms. Kinsley, do
Gucci
you have
bag because her
children in the
purple
school
hair is not
district?
enough.
Ms.
I pray
Kinsley,
for
do
all
you
of you.
have
I pray
children
for
in the
your,
school district?
your mentally ill mother.
Do you
and I
have-
hope that you find help.
Do you have children in the school district, Ms. Kinsley?
Yes, I do. Thank you. But they're in private schools, so
Oh, they're not in public school with CCSD. I was hoping to learn more about your concerns and maybe ask staff to address your concerns. It appears.
I thought the
it
rules were
appears
supposed
that
not
Ms.
to respond the audience.
It was an effort to ask and see if you had concern. Ms. Kinsley, I'm sorry if my question made you upset. My intention was simply to get you to receive support. Ms. Kinsley. Thank you. Are you a Christian? Allow me one moment while we turn on your mic. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good night, board members. First of all, my name is Christiane Mersch, and I'm the chapter leader of Clark County Moms for Liberty. And I accept as badge of honors all the labels, especially when I'm being attacked by one of your own board members. I cannot say the name because I will follow your bylaws. I cannot, but she public in her Twitter calling us mom a cancer that should stop us as a disease should not be spread in Nevada. But look here, this room tonight, after she posted that, this disease grow, right? We're all diseased, according to one of the board members here. And why they're attacking us? Just because we make questions, just because they're concerned about our children and protect by that flag our Constitution. As you can hear, I have a very hard accent because I'm an immigrant from Brazil. I escaped socialism and I'm very proud American. And every time I see that flag makes me cry because I know what racism and division and Marxism culture and start all in our schools there, and I see this movie here now. And I just want to tell you, I wish every high school senior, when they graduate, they knew all that we immigrants know when we need to pass the test, the citizenship test, like all the rights, all the beautiful, the Constitution we know, because they would appreciate our freedoms. They would appreciate our Constitution. In one of the Constitution says it's about parental rights. It's protected. So you're not terrorists. You're just defending your rights, okay? You're not terrorists. But my speech tonight is about repeal the 5138 policy. I know you guys are not going to listen, so let's going to talk like our Pastor David say here. I'm proud to work in his micro school. I'm also a teacher. Yes, I'm a teacher. I'm an educator. I teach science and theology there, and I'm very proud educator. And I know when you have children, you're giving them hope, the future. And would like to talk with you guys as peacemakers to see what you can do about correcting some things that are being hateful towards our groups, because as Superintendent Jara said, that he's very worried about all the backgrounds, including freedom of religion, including religion faith groups, he should respect. And what you guys are doing are crossing our lines. So I wish you could talk. Why this was not in attention 5 years ago? Well, we had a lot of medias in our side. You have a lot of beautiful words, diversity, inclusivity. We have also another issue. A lot of Hispanics don't read English. They don't know. Like my people, sometimes they come here, they're so busy with entertainment and job, and then sometimes they truly believe that the schools are doing a good job, right? So this is a problem in my community, and I confess, we're so impressed about the economy, then you just believe that the school's going to do just science.
Thank you, Ms. Mensch. Andrea Aguilar, followed by Bella Aguilar, and David. David, you've already provided public comment. Andrea and Bella?
I'm first. Okay. Andrea Aguilar for the record.
Thank you, Superintendent Jura, for officially making me a terrorist today. I'm the new Secretary for Moms for Liberty, Clark County. It was obvious a few years ago when I began attending your meetings, and it's obvious still to this day, that teaching children reading and writing are not top priorities. What I have experienced in these meetings has been horrifying. I began asking teachers why they weren't in attendance. All of them said, "We used to, but it's no use. They don't care about us. They don't listen to us." One meeting I attended was with my 10-year-old daughter. At that meeting, a parent came up to the podium and began reading from a book containing pornographic language that their child was made to read, and you stopped that parent from continuing because it was inappropriate. Please, somebody tell me at what point I entered the twilight zone. There were many in the audience who were mocking the parent. My daughter turned to me and asked, "Mom, do you hear them? Why should I be exposed to that? That is disgusting." I am the founder of We Rise Freedom Learning Center here in Las Vegas. I started the center after 2 years of attending your meetings and feeling sick to my stomach every month. I'm giving families the ability to have a safe, loving space for their children to learn in. More and more families are leaving your talons of lies, and I am one of those people who are helping them do that. I have proudly accepted the position of Treasurer for Moms for Liberty, you know, the cancer, as one of your board members so dearly referenced us. Watch out, because this cancer is coming for you. You want to demonize parents who hold you to the fire, parents who want to make sure their kids are safe, parents who want you to do your job in ensuring their children are properly educated. You do not own the children. Our children belong to us, not you. Clark County has been getting away with a lot for a very, very long time, and no more. And I'm going to go off script. If you're a parent and you're listening to me, did you notice their faces when we're talking about God and our values? Do you see how bored they are? They're not going to do anything. So I encourage you to find alternative. There are a ton now, and they're growing and growing and growing. And hopefully one day you won't have a job. Hopefully one day we'll vote you all out.
Is Andrea Aguilar up?
Your seat's up for re-election. Let's get him out.
Your time can begin.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Bella Aguilar. I've been in multiple public schools. It's been about 1 year since I've been to a board meeting, and let me tell you, I'm still disappointed. I'm speaking out on behalf of all my female peers who don't feel safe at school, and you are not making it any safer for us. When I was in 3rd grade, little me was using the restroom, and I saw through the stall. One of the boys, as a joke, went in and ran in and out of the bathroom and didn't look in any of the stalls, and I still felt uneasy. By the way, this was at Deerfeld Elementary. This was Deerfeld Elementary, by the way, just letting you know, just in case. Imagine how uncomfortable girls would feel if you allow little girls, big or small, to be uncomfortable and trapped when needing to use the restroom with biological males. You seem to make us kids follow rules and procedures that you wouldn't do yourselves. I can even give you a simple example of this. Next time you clock out for work lunch, I would like for you to clock out at your desk. Get all your workmates to get in line, walk quietly to grab your lunch, sit down, warm up your food, sit without talking to anyone, eat your lunch. At this point, you're 20 minutes in. There is no time to chew. Clean up your spot, head back to your spot. Remember, no talking. Get back to your seat. All I'm asking you guys is to do better. Also, with the transgender policy, I don't want to be uncomfortable in the restroom while I'm just using the restroom. Why do I have to sacrifice my spot for my privacy to get along with these girls, pretty much, biological males? Anyway, do better. Bye.
Elizabeth Haro, and Howell Shaw, and Ian Fenty. Let's see, is Elizabeth present still? Nope. I'm gonna move on to Howell. Are you Howell?
I am.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Hall, before you begin. Ms. Cardenas,
She needs an interpreter. That's the reason she came with me, because
there is a process for that. There's a process for that.
So there is someone to interpret for her? Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Edma. No worries. Stop sexualizing kids.
You can begin his. Mr. Howell, are you ready? Thank you.
I am. For the record, Howell Shaw. I pastor a home church in Henderson. So first of all, I'm here because I do ask that you would repeal your Regulation 5138, your transgender policy. You know, I don't know what the ins and outs are in terms of the law. Yes, it was signed into law in 2018, but from my understanding, that is not, you're not held to it. It is something that you can still decide to do or not to do, and that's why I think we're here to ask for you to stop doing it, all right? Now, with that said, I've heard a lot of conversation tonight, and I've heard a lot of people that have, their feelings are very, very hurt. And I completely understand. You know, being a minority, I grew up in Minnesota. I've had my occasions of feeling out of place. And I understand that. But I want also to create that dialogue to understand that people's feelings are hurt on both sides. Because as mama and papa bears, when they are finding out for the first time that the stuff that their kids are being literally forced to learn is going against everything that they've been taught, they get a little upset. So I think this is the reason why you're seeing the passion in this room, okay? And I do believe that there is a path where we can come to an understanding, okay? In my mind, it is going to be something, though, that you need to re-invite the presence of God into this whole situation. Because if you look into the founding of this country, it was actually God's hand that created the United States of America. It was God's breath that breathed the Declaration of Independence into being. It was God's hand that made the U.S. Constitution happen. And this country was founded on a moral people. If we do not have moral people, we do not have the United States of America. So that is what really needs to happen here, is we have to come back to God. We need to fear God instead of fearing man. So that's what we all need to do, okay? And as, you know, as the commission, or whatever you guys are, I know you have a hard job because you're kind of stuck between two places. But we need to do what's right for our kids and our country moving forward. I hope you'll open your hearts to at least to understand that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Ian Fenty, followed by Cameron Roos, Caleb Castro, and Brandon Little. Is this Ian?
I am, but I think she was next.
Oh.
She needed the interpreter.
¿Cómo se llama, señora?
Elizabeth Haro.
Elizabeth, deme un momento. Is she on the, Elizabeth Aro? I see, yes. Por favor, give me one.
Sí, soy madre de 3 hijos.
Deme un momento, perdón, señora Elizabeth. Le vamos a dar un poco más tiempo para que tenga suficiente tiempo para traducir. Okay, we're going to give you a little bit more time. Okay, va a haber 6 minutos para que tenga momentos para transcribir. Por favor, diga su nombre.
Mi nombre es Elizabeth Haro, madre de 3 hijos. Los dos más grandes.
I'm a mother of 3 kids, and my 2 oldest
Cruzaron por el CCSD por aproximadamente 11 y 10 años.
My 2 oldest went through Cloud County School District for 10 and 11 years.
En los cuales al comenzar su
su adolescencia, estaban muy atrasados en su educación.
And at the beginning, they were very behind when it came to education.
Estaban oprimidos por niños que los incitaban a tomar drogas, a tomar alcohol.
They were surrounded by kids that invited them to do drugs and to drink,
A escaparse de las escuelas porque lo encontraron muy fácil,
even how to ditch from school because it was so easy.
lo cual estuve sufriendo como madre ahora de una bebé
As a mother, I suffered so much, and now with a baby,
a la cual estuve amamantando como una mujer que soy
as I nourished her as a mother that I am,
y sufriendo como el CCSD no me podía ayudar con mis hijos, con la educación de mis hijos.
and disappointed on how Clark County School District just failed me when it came to my kids,
A los cuales tuve que cambiar de escuela en escuela, estuve yéndome de locación en locación
I continued to switch them from school to school, location to location,
para tratar de que ellos pudieran enfocarse en sus estudios
to try to get them to focus in their studies
y no en lo que fácilmente metían a las escuelas.
and not in what so easily is entered into Clark County.
A pesar de que había securities, de todos modos los niños pueden estarse drogando dentro de la escuela de CCSD.
Even with security guards in the school, it was so easy for kids to get drugged inside of the school premises.
Y no solo ahí, también en los bus,
And even in the buses,
en donde tuve la experiencia de que uno de los días yo les hice un chocolate caliente a mis hijos
where I once had the experience that I made hot chocolate for my kids
para que pudieran calentar sus cuerpos en el invierno.
so that their bodies would be warm during the winter.
Y el bus driver les tiró el chocolate, pero no tiró la marihuana que tenían adentro.
And the bus driver threw away their hot chocolate, but not the marijuana that they were carrying.
Estaba oliendo a marihuana, me lo dijeron mis hijos.
Her own kids told her how the school bus smelled like marijuana.
Y así como esas experiencias viví demasiadas hasta que tuve que llevarlos a buscar una escuela privada.
And just like that, in my desperation, I had to get them out and put them into private school.
Tuve que llorar y tuve que buscar ayuda en otro lugar porque CCSD no me la pudo dar.
I cried and I desperately had to find somewhere else because CCSD failed me.
Estuve cambiándome como ningún padre en las escuelas que mis hijos cruzaron.
Dilo otra vez.
Estuve cambiándome de dirección de escuelas de CCSD como ningún padre en todas las escuelas que mis hijos cruzaron de CCSD.
I kept changing from school district, well, same school district, CCSD, and it didn't matter what school that she took them to. They failed each one.
Y la persona del front desk de la escuela Western me dijo, señora, así están todos.
And the front office from Western High School told her, ma'am, all of the schools here are like the same.
Están cambiándose de esta escuela a la próxima, todos están así alrededor. Y si usted se va a una escuela privada, señora, están peor.
And even if you change it, it doesn't matter what school you put them to, they're all bad. And even if you switch them to a private school, they're just as bad.
¿Sabe por qué están peor las escuelas privadas? Porque allí van puros ricos, hijos de ricos, y meten drogas peores.
You know why private schools are even worse? Because they have rich kids there who have even more expensive drugs.
Lo cual no lo creí. Yo dije, me voy a buscar una escuela donde tengan principios cristianos y allí esa cosa va a salir siendo mentira.
And so I tried to disprove them and I put my kids into a Christian school to prove them wrong.
Conocí las escuelas privadas cristianas y ellos me ayudaron a buscar becas escolares en donde yo pude asistir con mis hijos a esas escuelas privadas cristianas.
So she discovered that Western High School, the front desk actually lied to her. Christian school actually helped her with resources and grants for her kids so that they can actually get ahead.
Y pagué un mínimo gracias a las escuelas, gracias a las becas escolares.
And she just had to pay a minimum because they actually gave her grants to be able to put her kids through private school.
Mis hijos estaban tan atrasados que les tuvieron que dar escuela de vacación en verano para poderlos adelantar.
Her kids were so behind that they actually had to take summer school in order to catch up.
Y uno de ellos me dijo, mamá, todos los niños de aquí están bien avanzados porque vienen desde kindergarten aquí a las escuelas privadas.
And even her own kids told her, Mom, these kids are so much more ahead because they've been attending private school since they were in kindergarten.
Ahora con mi niña de 7 años, la tengo en 2º grado y gracias a mi Señor, gracias a Dios, al que escribió la Biblia, al que dice que somos mujer o hombre, a ese Dios, Él me ha ayudado.
Now I have a 7-year-old in private school, and I'm very grateful to my God, and I praise him because thanks to him, he has guided me to be able to have my daughter in private Christian school.
Señora, por favor, termine. Gracias. All right, Ian Fenty, followed by Cameron Roos. Ian, coming up, followed by Cameron Roos and Caleb Castro. Oh. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ian Fenty. I'd like to start by just asking a question that wasn't answered. Do we have the NSR that requires this trans
It
stuff?
has already been provided several times. Please continue with your public comment.
Nobody here knows it,
Please continue with public comment.
as expected. So I am a father and grandfather, and I have a 6-year-old granddaughter. If you asked her today what she wants to be when she grows up, she would, I think, currently tell you a princess, although it changes from day to day. The fact that we, the adults in the room, can't protect our kids from making decisions like this that permanently alter their future is disgusting. And it's completely unreasonable. You wouldn't tell the 6-year-olds, here's a weapon, play with it. And there's a reason why. The gun isn't going to provide harm, but the child with the gun who doesn't have any idea what they're doing is going to harm themselves. We have laws about alcohol, cigarettes, even voting. So will common sense not tell us, the adults, that our children need protection in this area? That we, as adults, should know better. If you, as an adult, want to hack off parts of your body, that's between you and your maker, okay? But kids don't have that understanding. We know this. Science proves this. Our laws show this. Please use common sense in this. I know that there are many of us in here, my granddaughter and my children even. I would not have them anywhere near this or any other public school district because of issues just like this. As it's been stated so many times, your job is to oversee the education. You are entrusted by parents and families, many of who are too busy trying to survive to pay attention to what you're doing with their kids. And that's why you've got a voice of people who know better and are willing to step in. I don't care about what your personal preferences are. I don't care what you do in your bedroom. Stay away from our children. It is not your job to dictate your chosen immorality on someone else's child. What you do in your own time, that's up to you. But leave the children alone. Stop providing confusion to them. Thank you for your time.
All right. Cameron Roos. Cameron Roos. Yep. Caleb Castro. Brandon Little.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I am here today to talk about school start times, but I would like to start by saying that I'm an active participant in a debate category that simulates real-life congressional hearings, and I have never been more proud of the outstanding responsibility, respectability, and decorum of my 15-year-old peers. I'm a high school sophomore here in CCSD, and despite the numerous people that I have interacted with from different high schools and grade levels, I can confidently say that almost none of them are proud to be a student here in Nevada. I know that's a tough thing to hear. Believe me, it's a tough thing to say. But when our school district is making national news for the wrong reasons, you can't really blame us. Now, I'm 15. I don't pretend to know everything or really anything about about the complexities of how an education system works. But what I do know is that I'm tired. And I don't mean overworked or annoyed. I mean, I'm literally tired. Like, I wake up at 5 every morning to get to school. So I come here today in support of one thing that numerous scientific and economic studies have proven as something that will be beneficial to almost every aspect of education, something that will lay another stone on our growing path to being proud to be Nevadan, and that is later school start times. I have two major points. First, our economy. According to the RAND Corporation, starting middle and high school classes at no earlier than 8:30 a.m. is projected to boost Nevada's economy by $53 million within just 2 years. In 5 years, $219 million, and in 20, $4.1 billion. The question isn't how can we afford to make this change, it's how can we afford not to make this change. My second point relates to Nevada's reputation. Nevada is known as the state with Sin City, but it's also known as the state that ranks 49th in education. Wouldn't you know, starting school later is actually proven to reduce the rate of tardiness, chronic absenteeism, and drowsy driving. All of these things would improve the academic performance of our middle and high school students significantly. Nevada is also known as the state whose leading cause of death for kids aged 10 to 17 is suicide. Starting school later is proven to drastically improve the mental health and physical health of students who are in these very age groups. If we want to be known as a state that cares about the mental and physical well-being of our children, this is a step that we need to take, because no one is going to believe that we care about our kids if we continue to let something with such a detrimental impact take place. If we as a school district and state take this step for the benefit of our children and our future, we will be setting a precedent and showing our country that Nevada can put education first. But again, I'm 15. What do I know? I'm probably just too tired to think straight. Thank you. Thank you.
Caleb Castro, Brandon.
My name is Caleb Castro. I'm a sophomore from Northwest Career Technical Academy. As you can tell by my attire, I took valuable time out of my day to be here because I felt like my opinion was pretty important to this board meeting. I'm here to talk about my input on the bus system. I believe that option A is the clear and only viable option. And it's very clear that this is the only viable option because it will cost CCSD nothing, right? And since you guys don't really plan to do much with the $2 billion that Joe Lombardo granted, besides keep it in your pockets, I think that's great. Any other additions or modifications to the bus system, I don't agree with either, including the increased walk radius, because I personally have walked home with my friend to his house, which is only 3.5 miles away, and it was scorching hot. It was 95-degree weather, and that is not something that CCSD promises to its kids when it promises safety. We don't want kids dying of heat stroke because they have to walk home because their system is more focused on saving money than providing the service that they promise. In addition, the magnet school shift, as a magnet school student myself, would be very, very bad because I personally rely on the bus to get to and from school because both of my parents work 2 complicated hours to actually drop me off and pick me up. And I feel like this is the result of a poor lottery system by CCSD because if anybody can get into any magnet school anywhere, regardless of how far they live, that is not a good system if they're supposed to be driven to and from school. I really feel that we, the students, and the teachers and staff should be the priority of CCSD because without the students and the teachers, you don't have CCSD. But without a board of members, you still have CCSD. And to conclude my input, I'd like to say as a heterosexual, biologically male Christian, I believe that this was not the right way to get your point across. This is not the messages of love that Jesus Christ teaches to us, and this is very, very embarrassing as a Christian. Thank you.
Brandon Little. Brandon, followed by Leela Mayer.
So, I'm Brandon Little. I go to Northwest, same as Caleb Castro there. I'm a sophomore, 15. So, first of all, in reference to other speakers today, freedom of religion, it goes both ways. You can't justify a policy for every CCSD student by citing the Bible, but I'm sure if any other religion did that to you, you'd be up in arms. And the fact that protecting kids has evolved into a culture war where both sides bring signs to argue, it's disgraceful. And as a Buddhist, this frightens me, but it's not what I came here to talk about. I too came here to talk about buses. When I first heard of this new proposal, I was shocked. CCSD, doing something good for students? Thank God this wasn't true. I'm glad to hear that you were forced to do this by the board. And you're considering making it worse for students utilizing your bus system in career schools, such as the one I attend. Again, increasing the walk zone to 5 miles would severely increase the amount of kids walking early in the morning. Are you guys stupid or something? I personally am within the 5-mile walk radius, and I'm 3.5 miles away from school. It takes me an hour and a half to walk. That is not a good system. This would offset any good done by later start times because students would have to wake up at the same time, if not earlier. And in dark winter times, it's not safe. It's not safe for people my age to be walking when it's dark outside in Sin City, all right? And again, this is, in me and Caleb's belief, this is a failure of the lottery system. And option A is, in my opinion, the only right answer because this should be no debate if students were really the priority. There'd be no need for new bus drivers and a multi-million-dollar price tag, which would probably balloon even if it went through. Even if you do get the money in buses, how are you going to find hundreds of bus drivers with the way CCSD treats its staff? There's a reason why you guys are understaffed, and it's not because you generously pay your employees. Without the board, again, schools could still function. Can't say the same about teachers. It's clear to me and my peers that the priority of the CCSD's board is lining the pockets of executives such as Jara. In Jara's email, he sent only to students. I wonder why. He told us to listen to both sides of the teacher's salary debate. What other side is there to listen to? For some reason, I don't see people rallying for Jara to get another $75,000 raise. We are CCSD with or without Jara. Thank you.
I have Desi Bermudez and appears Miss Nancy Malgich. Are they present? Nancy and Desi. Is Desi present? Desi, do you want to come on up? Desi, I see that based off of the item here that you included, or just come on up on the information that you included regarding the non-agenda items. You're welcome to come up to the podium. I'm going to ask you not to mention any student's name for the reasons of privacy, and at this time.
Okay.
Excuse me, unless it's your own student, forgive me. I'm asking you not to speak about any other students other than your own. Thank you.
Maybe I need a translate.
Está bien.
Gracias. Buenas noches.
Deme un momento, por favor. Necesito su nombre y el nombre de la señora que está traduciendo para usted.
Mi nombre es Stacy Bermúdez.
And my name is Adma Sologo.
Estoy aquí porque ya no sé qué hacer con la escuela de mi hija. Ella fue atacada sexualmente y hice un reporte con la policía. La policía dicen que no hay evidencia, pero mi hija fue atacada 2 veces. Hay videos, pero ellos no me dijeron que no hay evidencia. Hubieron testigos también que miraron que mi hija fue atacada por este niño y me fui a la oficina de la directora y ella no ha tomado acción, no han suspendido al niño y nomás me decían antes, oh, esperemos la evidencia, necesitamos evidencia. Ahora me dieron la copia del reporte de los videos que supuestamente sale mi hija caminando sola. Entonces, yo no sé qué es lo que están escondiendo. Yo no sé que la escuela está esperando que este niño viole a mi hija para tomar acción. Han habido más víctimas del mismo niño y la escuela no ha hecho nada.
Daisy, denle un momento a su traducción, a esa señora que está traduciendo para usted.
S-O-L-O-G-O-B.
Solo go.
No, está bien, no te preocupes. Wow, entiendo tu frustración. Okay, so she is having an issue with Clark County School District. There's this particular school. Her daughter has been sexually assaulted twice. There is evidence, there are videos, there are witnesses. She actually went to the principal to discuss what had happened, and they just keep telling her that they're going to look for evidence, they're going to get, see what they can find. She made a police report. Videos have been presented, but for whatever reason, they only show the videos where she's walking by herself. This kid has also been accused of sexually assaulting other females, and nothing is being done by the school.
Otra cosa que quiero decir es que supuestamente hicieron un safety plan para mi hija, pero ellos no están siguiendo el plan porque este niño se supone que debe de estar con un adulto y mi hija se lo ha encontrado 2 veces a él solo o con sus amigos. La primera vez que lo encontró, el niño la trató de intimidar y como que venía hacia ella, entonces mi hija salió asustada, me llamó y me dijo, ven a recogerme. Vi a este niño y tengo miedo que me haga algo.
A safety plan was put in place by the school where he is supposed to be always supervised by an adult, especially when she is walking home to school, to her home. However, he has crossed paths with her twice already to where she's having to call her mom to pick her up because she's scared because he is by himself. He is not being supervised by an adult as they had told her.
Ahora mi hija está yendo con consejería, mi niña está de depresión, mi niña ya no quiere ir a la escuela, mi niña tiene miedo. Yo ya no sé por dónde buscar ayuda.
I don't know what to do. My daughter is currently in counseling. She doesn't want to go to school. I'm so sorry. Wow. I don't even know what to say. This is the case with a lot of people, and I was sexually assaulted in school too when I was in high school. I'm sorry. She doesn't know what to do.
Daisy, si me da permiso, tengo una personaje de CCSD que quiere hablar con usted después de que termine su comento.
Puedo decir el nombre de la escuela porque también quiero hacer público el nombre de la escuela para que si hay más víctimas de niñas que por favor hablen, que no se queden calladas. La escuela se llama Cadwallader Middle School.
Oh, so I want to name it. This is actually a middle school. It's called Wilder Middle School, and she wants the parents to be aware because she wants more girls to come and speak up on this because there are other girls that have been assaulted. She believes that there's even more girls that are being assaulted by this child.
Otra cosa, las amigas de mi hija que fueron acosadas por este niño, una de ellas le advirtió a mi hija, ten cuidado porque él pega duro, él me tocó a mí, le dijo a mi hija, yo tengo los mensajes, él me tocó a mí, le dijo, y yo me defendí, le pegué y él me pegó una cachetada que hasta me tiró mi arete.
One of the girls actually texted her daughter and told her, please be careful with this kid because he is very aggressive. He groped me once, I tried to fight him back, and he slapped me so hard that my earring popped off.
Con esas pruebas que yo le proveí a la policía y ellos todavía no han tomado acción.
And I even took that evidence to the police and nothing has been done.
CCSD police.
To CCSD police. Ellos no van a hacer nada, muchacha. Es igual que estas, no hacen nada.
Yo de que ellos ocultaron los videos porque no quieren hacer nada.
Ya tengo una persona.
Ni ellos ni estas, ninguna de estas hace nada.
Tengo un
Sí,
personaje.
sí, Evelyn, ¿qué dijiste?
O sea, yo me pregunto por qué ellos dicen, oh, es la política proteger al acosador, no protegen las niñas, no protegen las víctimas. ¿Cuántas niñas van a esperar que sean acosadas por estudiantes?
So what is the politics at CCSD? To protect the abuser or to protect the victim?
Señora Daisy, un personaje de CCSD está lista para hablar con usted. Sí le da. Y tal vez va a necesitar alguien para traducirle a usted. ¿Quién es su familia, dice?
¿Perdón?
Dice que tiene alguien para traducirle.
Sí.
Ok.
Sí. ¿Dónde es?
Dice que alguien va a hablar contigo del director de la escuela. Where does she have to go, she said? Oh. No, she says that she doesn't. Oh. Right? Yeah.
Lila?
I'm
No.
Nancy.
Nancy, okay, Nancy. And then Lila, please.
Good evening, board members of CCSD. My name is Nancy. My daughter is a student at Ralph Cadwalder Middle School. I will be speaking of minors, and I'm not using any names for their safety. If you need names, I can email the information to you off the public record. On August 31st, my daughter filed a witness statement with the behavior strategist, Mr. Van Bursk, because she witnessed a male student sexually harass her friend. He moaned, groped her, rubbed her body inappropriately while forcing her to hug him in the courtyard of her school. On September 1st, I spoke with Assistant Principal Miss Martin because my child felt intimidated by this male student who entered her classroom, one he is not assigned to, and stared at her for several moments. She was afraid he would sexually harass her or retaliate because of her telling on him the day before. She was afraid because she heard that he harassed another girl, and this girl hit the male student while he sexually harassed her, and he hit her back. As a badged CCSD parent volunteer, I offered to volunteer as a hall monitor or anywhere needed to assist with keeping my child safe at school, and I was denied. I also gave permission to Ms. Martin for my daughter to give a statement to CCSD police, and she was never contacted by a police officer. On September 7th, my daughter went to the office because the male student was harassing another one of her friends. This is now the third victim. He inappropriately rubbed her thighs without her consent. I spoke with Assistant Principal Ms. Martin again because at this point my daughter was removed from instruction 3 times due to this male student sexually harassing her friends. She is afraid to use the restroom at school because she sees him wandering the halls alone. She is afraid to be alone at school, and this is not okay. Ms. Martin assured me that he was being chaperoned at all times, and this has not been true or consistent. In fact, just 2 days ago, he was wandering the halls alone. On September 18th, I spoke with Ms. Martin again because my child was removed from instruction due to another friend, the 4th victim now. This friend was being sexually harassed by the male student. He repeatedly asked her for her personal information and was moaning at her. Today, September 28th, the male student was reported exposing his penis to another student on school grounds in the design and modeling classroom. I am here today because all of these incidents have happened on CCSD school grounds at Ralph Cadwalder Middle School. During school hours, while teachers are present, there is a sexual harassment policy with CCSD, and Cadwalder Middle School isn't taking the appropriate measures to keep my daughter safe. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional. They're not keeping my daughter safe from the male student who is sexually harassing at this school. I am seeking help from the board to execute an emergency removal of this student I have named on the yellow paper. Please advise how I should proceed to ensure my child's safety at school. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Nancy, thank you. I have a member of the staff who will be speaking to you. Leela Mayer. After Leela Mayer, we have Lydia Dominguez and Gabriel Lether.
Hi. Good evening. For the record, it's Lila Mahar. I was here a couple weeks ago, and I'd like to say that CCSD spends money on the wrong things. With school violence off the charts, as we've just heard from the past two testimonies, record number of vacancies, CCSD is spending money to go on holiday to Hawaii and Florida under the guise of teacher recruitment. Do you think educated people don't read the news and know how truly awful CCSD is? How many teachers actually were recruited from these vacations? Why not go to less glamorous locales like Ohio or Illinois to recruit staff? It's because those locations don't look as good as one's Instagram feed and are boring. The district just lost $1.4 million in a romance scheme. How truly embarrassing. This school district spending money on transing children and gender education does not help the greater population of students learn how to read and write, which is not happening. People keep asking, why did the public wait 5 years to push back against this Bill 5138? Well, we were busy with COVID and fighting against mandated vaccinations. We only have so much energy to go around. Now the problem has come to a head, and here we are. Unfortunately, our puppet president weaponized the FBI with Merrick Garland, declaring parents who speak at board meetings terrorists. Is it under any wonder why more parents and citizens don't get involved? The parents here and of the greater CCSD body are not homophobic or hate gay people. The parents here just want their children to learn the 3 R's. Public libraries hold all kinds of books that any child can check out with no restrictions, no age restrictions. School libraries should not have books readily available that talk about sexual topics. If I didn't know any better, I would say the school board is trying to destroy the school board system, just like Chasa Bodine in San Francisco ruined San Francisco, and the DA in Los Angeles ruined Los Angeles, and Lori Lightfoot ruined Chicago. If I wasn't mistaken, I would believe that the school board are disciples of Saul Alinsky and the Weather Underground. Given the previous two testimonies, it seems very apparent that CCSD is greatly failing its students, if not outright jeopardizing their lives. CCSD is ruining the school system of Las Vegas, or should I say, they are burning what's left. Thank you.
Lydia Dominguez, followed by Gabriel, Gabriel, and Lorena, and then... Nope. Lydia? Dominguez, come on up, please. Yes.
All right. Hi, my name is Lydia Dominguez for the record. I'm here about an assignment that my son had at Cadwallader Middle School. I had no idea we'd had so many parents talking about Cadwallader today, but to be honest, it's probably because of the things they're learning in school. They're having so many sexual assault issues there. So my son came home and said he was reading a book in class, popcorn reading, that he was uncomfortable with the book. And I didn't know what the book was, and he handed me his assignment. But let me just read a little bit of what I found in this book. This is popcorn reading, out loud. Last night, he watched as his father bathed in the new child. This was much the same, the fragile skin, the smoothing water, the gentle motion of his hands slipping with the soap. The relaxed, peaceful smile of a woman's face reminded him of Gabriel being bathed, and the nakedness, too. It was against the rules for children or adults to look at another's nakedness, but the rule did not apply to new children or old. Jonas was glad. It was a nuisance to keep oneself covered while changing for games, and required an apology if one had glimpsed at another's body, was always awkward. He couldn't see why it was necessary. He liked the feeling of the safety here in the warm and quiet room. He liked the expressed trust of the woman's face as he laid in the water, unprotected, exposed, and free. And that was with him bathing someone. It was part of the book. And so he brought home this assignment. And this assignment was talking about the stirrings, which is the feelings that this book is about. And it says, we have discovered when adolescents begin to feel strong feelings of romantic love that come with puberty. This society requires them to take a pill that eliminates those feelings. Think about long-term results of this action on the lives of each individual and on society in general. And so it asks if you advantages and disadvantages about the stirrings. And one of the answers my son wrote was emotional for advantages, emotional connection, pleasure, disadvantages, erotic, distraught, a standard no person can hope to fill, loss of feeling. And then he made a note, I don't like this book. I mean, this is really, I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. I wouldn't understand what's happening here, but this is being used in literature in the classroom. This is being used as part of a learning tool. We need to just go back and look at what are we using in our classrooms, not just what's only in the library, accessible in the library, but what are these teachers utilizing to learn in the classroom. Thank you so much for your time.
Gabriel, Gabriel, Lorena. Is it? Forgive me, Lorena Flangley? Flangley. And Cry Cristobal? Or Chai Cristobal?
Hello, I'm Lorna Fagley. I'm Lorena without an E, so more like Lorna doing cookies. Hello, board and administration members. I want you to know how much I love and appreciate our friends who are teachers, support staff, and administration members. They are wonderful at their jobs and deserve more than lip service for community support and pay. Please give our teachers the pay raise they are long overdue. One aspect of why I add my voice to the discussion is because many school personnel are supportive of transgender, non-binary, and gender-diverse students through Policy 5138. They support all students of all diverse backgrounds, and many families are thankful for the support that is provided. The existing gender-diverse policy helps save lives and provides a framework to continue protection of transgender, non-binary, and gender-diverse students. I appreciate all of the teachers, administration, librarians, and all staff that help provide resources and information to these students and families, including books about different people, cultures, and life experiences. It's really noisy. Are they being loud, or is it just me being nervous?
Allow me one moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask that anybody, I'm going to ask only the individual who's on the podium to please speak. If you would like to have side conversations, please go outside and have those. Thank you. Please continue.
To the students and families of diverse communities, I see you and I support you, and will continue to help stop bigotry and removal of information from public schools. If parents don't know their child is part of the LGBTQ+ community, that is their failing as a parent, not indoctrination by anyone, especially schools. It means that they have not let their child into their heart. As Harvey Gillian said, people don't come out, they let you in. I pray that you learn to accept all members of our community. With the October 1st Remembrance this weekend, one of our many strengths as a community is diversity of all types. Board and administration, thank you for your continuing to support our state and federal laws, as well as existing school policies to support transgender, non-binary, and all diverse students within our school district. Thank you.
Is Chai Cristobal? Get that right? Okay, please correct me here. Letitia Jenner, and then Urania Hansen.
Hi, my name is Shai Cristobal for the records. Today I'm here to speak about an experience I had at Liberty High School. So last week, there was this thing that we had, like a foodie fest or whatever, and I was in a club and I had participated, and there was this a teacher who I had previously had problems with before because she had made rude remarks on my body that other students had to tell me after I had left the classroom. So I already had kind of a bone to pick with the teacher, but not too much. You know, I say, hi, I'm a good student. I I never really do anything out of the norm. But after she had made me feel uncomfortable on the Foodie Fest, I had spilled something, and her attitude, her name is Miss Van Ness, her attitude and the way that she had went about it, there was plenty of students that had walked by and laughed instead of offering help or offering any support. And another adult had walked past and laughed instead of offering any support or to help. And Miss Van Ness comes by and just slams this box of Clorox wipes onto the table and starts telling me all this list of things that I should be doing. And I said, I think I can handle it just with the Clorox wipes. And then she gives me this really smug smirk and walks away. And the next day, I had told my mother about it, and she, of course, didn't really like the way that the teacher had talked to me, and I didn't either. So we had a plan to go to the school, organize a meeting with the teacher so that we could talk about it, and then how we can fix the problems so other students aren't feeling the way I am. Because I'm 100% sure, almost 110% sure, that other students absolutely feel the way that I feel about this teacher. She's very rude and very passive aggressive, and it's just not something that you teach or want to be an example to our new generation, our youth. We had went up to her to want to book an appointment, and my mom had found her, and then I went to walk to the teacher because we were looking for her at the time just so that we can find an appointment. My mom had signed in, did all the proper protocols to be on campus, and then the teacher, after I had told her how I felt, I was very respectful. I was not very rude about it. She had brushed us off and told us that this wasn't her thing. She said, you guys could go over there. And I don't think that's respectful at all to any parent that doesn't know what over there means and any student that doesn't know what over there means. So as she was walking away, we are walking with her, asking her, Miss, is there is there something that we can do now? Because I wasn't feeling very well about the whole situation. And then she proceeds to say that she's getting attacked. Help, quote by quote, help me, I'm being attacked by this black woman. Help, I'm being attacked. And then this whole commotion starts. I end up getting suspended for quote unquote body language, but I don't think that's in the code of conduct anywhere. And my mom gets trespassed.
I'm sorry, your time is up, but I see that your mom, is it your mom, Lakeisha's next to you? Maybe she can continue your public comments, or you can submit them in writing, and there is someone ready to talk to you, actually a staff member who's ready to talk to you, to both of you. Please go ahead. Maisha, right?
So my name is Maisha, and this is my daughter, Cheyenne. And this is a little tough for me because I grew up being discriminated against in high school. I grew up being always bullied. I grew up being discriminated because I was a black woman and also boisterous. The day Cheyenne came to me, it just reminded me of what I went through all over again in high school. Being discriminated against, being bullied. So I took the proper protocols to set up a meeting with this teacher, and based off me doing the things the right way, she again reminded me, now in 2023, we're still having the same issues because of the color of my skin. I didn't attack her. She yelled, help, this black woman is attacking me. And I looked at her and said, I'm not attacking you, but don't you use that white supremacist on me. And because of how I reacted based off her verbiage, her discrimination, and her racial profiling, I got trespassed. My daughter is a senior. She never been suspended. They trespassed me because I had a voice for her. She would tell me stories of Ashley saying little things to her ever since last year at Liberty High School. Based off me going up there, doing things the right way, I get trespassed, she gets suspended, no one reached out to me. I did my research. I looked through the code of conduct and made sure, one, I didn't violate anything, nor did my daughter. I reached out to the principal after we received an email of our disciplinary actions that were never explained. No one ever consulted us when we were at the campus. Yet, granted, there was a minority support system there also trying to calm us down. But again, no one came up to us. No one got our information, and no one even cared to know why I was up there. But they did side with her because she flagged. I'm being attacked by this Black woman. Did not say anything to make her feel like I was going to attack her. I'm a single parent, a domestic violence victim. And to go through all this stuff all over again just shows how corrupt the school system is. We don't have a voice. And it's 2023. My daughter shouldn't have got suspended. For what? Because she was right there based off how I reacted. Now the events that she has throughout her senior year that I waited all year for, I won't be able to attend because I trespassed it for her voice. We have to come to an agreement and stop this. Where do we go from here?
Maisha, thank you for your public comment, and I'm sorry you're experiencing this. The staff member is in the back, ready to speak to you, to help you with any additional questions. Thank you. Urania Hansen, are you present? Followed by
Irina
Ronnie,
Hansen.
and then Felix.
My name is Irina Hansen, and I'm addressing the school board as a mother, citizen, and a candidate for 2024 mayoral race. I insist that policy 5138 be repealed. The adoption of this policy serves as undeniable evidence that the school board is ill-equipped to safeguard the best interests of any child, especially those with unique needs. I empathize deeply with the emotions these children confront daily when grappling with the feeling that their gender is incorrect. However, it's at the drafting and implementation of this policy, as well as the potential irreversible harm it may inflict on children, that I draw the line. Section Roman numeral 3, subsection A4, mandates that each gender support plan complies with the Nevada Equal Enjoyment of Places of Public Accommodations law. It remains unclear how this statute, which ensures equal enjoyment of any place of public accommodation without discrimination, translates to students with diverse gender identities or expressions being entitled to shower in the locker rooms of the opposite sex. Section Roman numeral 4, subsection H, enforces the aforementioned requirement and presents 3 options related to access for restrooms, locker rooms, and overnight field trips that these children must navigate. It is incomprehensible to me how any rational individual could believe that equal enjoyment law applies to this scenario, or that these options are appropriate for vulnerable children to decide upon. In my opinion, these children should use facilities consistent with their birth-assigned sex until gender change is legally recognized by court order. This aligns with a requirement in the policy before the district court can modify a student's name or gender on official records. While these are rhetorical questions, they are vital to highlighting the absolute idiocies of this policy. Does anyone genuinely believe it would be in the best interest of a young girl struggling with her emotions to demand that she can shower in the boys' locker room? Similarly, would young women on their parents believe that a young boy grappling with his emotions should be entitled to shower in the girls' locker room? This place has been in place for 5 years, and last year, there were approximately 190 students with gender support plans. Did any of these students insist on showering in locker rooms of the opposite sex? I highly doubt it.
Ronnie, excuse me, I'm sorry. Your time is up. Your time is over. Can we please have Ronnie Butte? Ronnie, Felix, your time is up.
Thank you.
Ronnie Butte, Buttle, Ronnie Buttle, present. Felix Mikalski. Virginia. It appears there's 2 people for this one card. Virginia, Marroquin, Virginia, yeah. And Juliana. Are you both? Will you both speak separately or together? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Virginia Marroquin. My daughter attends Cadwalader Middle School. She is one of the victims of this boy. There are 5 victims that we know of. Today, my daughter's friend, who is a boy, texted her saying, "This child has just exposed himself to me during class." I am beyond frustrated with the school. My daughter has called me every single day. This incident started September 12th, where he followed her to her locker, demanding for her address. Where do you live? Tell me where you live. On the 15th, the 18th, the 25th, the 26th, and the 27th, I have been at CAD talking to Miss High. Miss Martin has called me. These are all assistant principals there. My daughter came down at 6:31 last night crying. I just saw this child riding his bike outside of our house. I don't know how he got our address. But I guarantee you, tomorrow, first thing I will be doing is going to the police. I am so over the harassment. 5 victims. Miss High had told me on Monday that this child is not supposed to be alone on this campus without an adult. He is being escorted only. 2 classes and lunch, I don't know where he goes. I don't care. My child has missed, I don't know how many classes. She originally had 2 classes with him, English, I believe, and science. He's still in the science class. She called me in hysterics on Wednesday. He looked at her. He told her, "Ew, it's you." Then proceeded to smirk at her because he knew he was getting under her skin. My daughter's in therapy. She's having nightmares because of this child. All they say is, "We can do a no contact order." What has that done? Nothing. He is friends with another child who had tried to convince my 11-year-old daughter to have sex, then proceed to tell her, "If you love me, you'll do it. I'm giving you to the end of day today. I'm going to look for a new girlfriend. If I don't find one, then I guess I'll give you a second chance." Gave the emails, forwarded it to the school. No contact order. Not supposed to talk about it with his friends, yet all his friends are whispering about my child and staring at her during lunch.
Ms. Marroquin, your time is up. We will have a staff member speak to you. Thank you. It is not your time any longer to provide public comment, sir. You've already provided your public comment. If you continue, we will ask. Please, members of the audience, please stop engaging. Please stop engaging. Please stop engaging. We have Felicia Hayes. Felicia Hayes, present. All right, everybody. Moving on to item 5.01, the upcoming meeting of the Board of Trustees. To be clear, Wednesday, October 4th, the work session has been canceled. However, there will be a meeting on October 12th at 5 p.m. Trustee Guzman?
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I move to adjourn.
Thank you. Trustee Brooks?
Second.
Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Guzman, a second by Trustee Brooks. Trustee Bustamante Adams? Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and see the votes here. Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes 6-0. The time is 8:56 p.m. The meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening.